While we remain in this holding pattern for some more weather trying to put a spoil on our day, we do have some checks for some racers up here in the tower. So if you wanted to come up and get one of those checks, now would be a good time to do it. The checks we have are for Nick, April, Lincoln, Abigail, Brandon Piskasek, Marta Rochelle, Terry Hookstons, Mal Patterson, Grant Gordon, and Nick Angelucci. So once again, that is for Nick, April, Lincoln, Abigail, Brandon Piskasek, Martin Rochelle, Mal Patterson, Terry Hookstons, Grant Gordon, and Nick Angelucci. You have money up in the tower. And we have a lost cell phone as well that was recovered next to one of the offices towards the top end of the racetrack. So if you are missing a cell phone, we have just had one turned in to the second floor of the timing tower. So you can come on up and you can find it. All right, it's finally time. Juniors to the lanes, juniors to the lanes. We're going to call Junior Thunder to lane 1, Junior Lightning to lane 2, Junior Street to lane 4, Junior Thunder to lane 1, Junior Street to lane 2. Sorry, Junior Thunder to lane 1, Junior Lightning to lane 2, Junior Street to 4. So Thunder 1, Lightning 2, Street to 4. Reminder as well, you only get one qualifying hit for all of our regular JBS equipment bracket classes. So be there or be square if you want to get into the show. So once again, we have called all junior classes to the lanes. We're looking for Junior Thunder in lane 1, Junior Lightning in lane 2, and Junior Street in lane 4. Once again, we have a lot to get done. We've got all of our JBS equipment bracket classes, plus all of the feature classes throughout the day. So please be punctual when you're making your way down to the lanes. We're gonna try to run cars bumper to bumper if we can help it. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, you are still on standby, but be ready to rumble. Well, we're about to enter the Thunder portion of the Smoke Fire Thunder weekend, so definitely just want to give an extra reminder, if you are having trouble hearing us pit side, you can tune in at 92.7 FM. That is, again, 92.7 on the FM band. And you'll be able to hear all track announcements as they happen. Seeing a lot of juniors getting ready behind the tower. Final pieces of track prep underway before we finally kick off competition for the Smoke Fire Thunder weekend. Again, for all of those that are either competing today or watching along from the stands, the tailgating spots, or along the fence line, and of course all of those that are watching online on MRP Lordco TV on YouTube and Facebook, we do appreciate your patience as we have been having to battle with some early day weather, but the good news is it didn't last long. The track has dried up. We've gotten the heat into it. The prep's been completed. The safety crews are getting into position. We are just moments away from finally getting this racing program underway. It's been a big undertaking. Of course, the testing day went off without a hitch, save for the hour and a half of a rain delay in the middle of the afternoon. And then, of course, both Friday and Saturday both got called off for the weather. So we have crammed those programs in a condensed schedule into today. So we're about to go for what is going to be an absolutely epic afternoon of racing. Anybody seen doing any kind of rain dance will be swiftly ejected from the property. We do not want any rain dancing going on down there. We want to keep this track nice and dry. So an absolutely packed junior street field. We bring the first pair up. It's a Chevy pickup going up against Sophia and a Ford F-250. That's one of the most aggressive junior street launches I've seen in a while. Goes 899 and 83 miles an hour. The opponent goes 1322 at 62. We bring up James and Jordan. 2013 Nissan pickup going up against the 1994 Pontiac Firebird out of Aldergrove. Something going awry on James's pass over here, TCS side. He'll bring that car to a stop. And they're going to be jumping out of the car as well to check things out. Jordan goes 1146, 71 miles an hour. That was not a pretty launch from the Nissan pickup.
Thank you.
Truck has been put into park. And we'll be looking to see what went down. Truck kind of lurched around off the start. Possibly a drive shaft issue is what we're hearing. So James going to try to limp that Nissan pickup off of the top end. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. We need you to lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. Bubba Speed Shop, come on up. Lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. We are also going to put Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman on a standby call. Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman, this is your standby call. So we bring up Dallas in the overtime repair Snorkum Canada 2000 Honda Civic. Last year's Race of Champions winner. Going up against Taryn. Wanted to thank Neil Smith over at Peden Industries for getting that car down track. So Smith and Dallas, the next pair down track in Peden Industries Junior Street for their one and only qualifier. Dallas goes 1086, 67 miles an hour. Taryn goes 1344 at 63. Josephine brings up the Zapstrap Racing Chevy pickup going up against Jenna for Peden Industries, Winter Harbor Marina and RV, and also wanted to give a thanks and a shout out to Nana, running the 2000s Chevy Tahoe. Once again, we have called Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket to lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. Pro Bracket, you should be making your way up lanes 3 through 6. Sportsman, you are on a standby. Be ready for your call. Again, only one qualifier, so be there or be square. Jenna, 1076, 66 miles an hour. Josephine, 1543 at 57. So once again, please make sure that your cars are dry. Urgent announcement to all racers: make sure your cars are dry. There's been a lot of moisture over the last 2 days, and especially today as well. But please make sure those cars are dry. We just had a car drop some water on the starting line from its truck bed because it wasn't dry. Make sure it is dry, especially if you are racing a truck. Especially that. So we'll bring you up Addison and Riker. A 2005 Magnum going up against an RCC 1987 1500. Riker goes down track and goes 9-10, 76 miles an hour. Addison clocks in at a 1286 at 57 miles an hour. Here is defending champion Tyler, the Zapstrap Racing Chevy 1500. So Tyler running down track. That goes 11-10, 65 miles an hour. So we roll into Junior Thunder. Hey, attention door slammers, attention door slammers. You have a driver's meeting to pay for your entry fee at Marcy's Trailer at 9:45. Door slammers, you have a driver's meeting to pay for your race entry fee at Marcy's Trailer at 9:45. That is in 20 minutes, 20 minutes. So Dallas brings it up over here, Tower side. On the Lordco side, it's Nash for BDL Auto, SN Race, Diversified Metalworks, Rocket Coatings, Paint by Rodrigo, and Milron Truck Body. We have officially entered Peterson Industries Junior Thunder. $13.89, 45 miles an hour for the left lane. The right lane went $12.83 at 49 miles an hour. We bring up Emily and Cadence. The White Lightning Racing, Titanium Auto, Lordco Auto Parts, TNT, and Pioneer Truck and Trailer Machine going up against the 2008 Creative Dragster in the right lane. (9:12), 70 miles an hour, getting their sixth out ahead of Cadence, who are 9:02 at 72 miles an hour. We bring up Grayson. We bring up Hunter G. The BDL Automotive, Diversified Metalworks, Rocket Coatings, Milron Truck Body, SN Racing, Paint by Rodrigo, and Lordco Racing Junior Dragster. Grayson doesn't leave the line. He will not get a time in. Hunter G goes 8:81 at 74 miles an hour. So we'll bring out the next pair. Continuing steady on through Peterson Industries Junior Thunder. Owen for Home Masters Team and Badass Garage going up against Ashton for TK Performance and Lordco Auto Parts. Top end of the racetrack, Ashton goes 11.89, 54 miles an hour. Owen, 14.16 at 44. We bring up Linden, we bring up April. The MTMM Performance and Lordco Auto Parts Junior Drags are going up against April for JBS Equipment. April goes 8.88, 74 miles an hour for Linden. It is a cruising 15.34 at 41. So on the next pair, Netanya for Peterson Fabrication goes 9.06, 74 miles an hour. For Wesley, for Fountain Star Lordco Auto Parts, he goes 8.85 at 73. Bring up Alex, bring up Adam. Adam running it again under the T Conformance of Lordco Auto Parts colors, the 2022 champion and current points leader in 2024. Alex turning on the red light. Adam feathering the throttle in his signature style. Goes 8.90 with a 4, 65 miles an hour. Alex goes 11.99 at 53. Bring up Jack, bring up Adeline. A stacked Junior Thunder field this afternoon. Adeline bringing it up for Performance World, Eldorado, and KLJ Holdings in the half-scale dragster. Adeline goes 8.79, 73 miles an hour. Jack puts in a 13.78 at 44. Bentley brings it up for Bubba Speed Shop, Peter Industries, Titanium Audio, Napa Auto Parts, and Badass Garage, and the half-scale dragster alongside Paige for a Sasuke Ready Mix. Both cars down track. Bentley goes 894, 74 miles an hour. Page, 1128 and 58. Hunter T goes up against Nate. Hunter T goes 893, 74 miles an hour. Nate goes 888 at 72. And that wraps up Peter Industries Junior Thunder. Will roll into Lightning. So the car's a little faster, the time's a little quicker, the driver's a little older, and the car's a little louder. So Connor brings it up for TKO Hot Rods Fitness Lab, Panther Auto Glass, Albion Thailand, Lordco Auto Parts, Isabella. Running under the colors of De Silva Auto World, Kenco and Quality Manufactured Homes. Pair of Mike Boss dragsters, one from 2014, one from 2016, ready to rumble. $789, 82 miles an hour for Connor. Isabella, $799 at 78 miles an hour. So Lincoln and Abby go up. Titanium Auto Group, JBS Equipment over here, Tower side. Lordco Auto Parts, Pioneer Truck and Trailer, T Auto Parts, and Walco on the Lordco side. Lincoln goes 794, 82 miles an hour. Abby goes 803 at 79. Bring up Nick and Lexi. JBS Equipment at the TCS side. Hobo Racing and Boat Dive Ventures on the Lordco side. Nick goes 793, 82 miles an hour, and Lexi 806 at 80 miles an hour. Bring up McKenna for Napa Auto Parts and JBS Equipment. The next junior dragster running down track on a single. .806, 80 miles an hour for McKenna. We roll on through Peterson Industries Junior Lightning. And I'm actually incorrect on that one. That was it for Junior Lightning. We have a licensing pass for a junior dragster. So they're gonna possibly look to do a 60-foot and then back them up and then the next launch. So it's going to be a slow roll up to the 8th mile for the juniors. The next cars up, it's going to be the full-size cars. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. Just around the corner, ready to rumble. They are backed up 4x4 all the way around the tower. It is definitely going to be one of our biggest classes, if not the biggest class of the day. Right up there with Winter Harbor Marina and RV Canada West Door Slammers. So we're going to be down for just a moment as we've got one of the quarter-mile photo cells that is currently down and out. So crew's just going out there to fix that up. Seeing a few people in the stands. Tell you what, you all are real troopers for coming on out here so early in the morning to join us for some racing action. We hope that you'll be sticking around for us all day long. We're going to be running right through into the evening. Got a full program with the entirety of the JBS Equipment ET Series race today, plus all of the specialty classes from yesterday, like Door Slammers, Top Fuel Harleys, Pro Mods, Outlaw 275, Limited Street, Real Street, and 6 Pro Mod bikes on the property. All this with, of course, some fuel-altered cars. I know the not-so-funny car is out there as well. And as I understand it, the 2 jet cars for the Tomahawk jet fuel car along with Pyromaniac are both still on the property as well. If you wanted to get a quick snack, now might be a good time to do it. You can head on down to the Half-Track Snack Shack here on the pit side of the racetrack. For all you folks that are hanging out around there on the spectator side, on the parking lot side, you are more than welcome to come and join us over here via the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge. Your ticket includes a pit pass. So you can come on down here, take a look at all the race cars up close and personal with some of the best seats in the house. Attention juniors, your elimination ladders are being posted downstairs. So all juniors, your ladders are being posted downstairs. So we've got 7 cars, and 3 rounds of eliminations in Junior Lightning and Junior Street. We're going to be having ourselves with 4 rounds with a total of 11 cars in competition. And then a Junior Thunder, 20 cars in competition will lead us into 5 rounds of eliminations. You see Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket waiting patiently under the tree as we continue to battle with that photo sensor up at the top end. It's a little bit important to have those timing beams fully working and in place. Hey, a little rabbit running around out here pit side. Somebody's got a Mazda parked out over here. It's right by your car. It might be running away from the dog that I see down there at the fence line. You saw that rabbit running around on Thursday quite a bit. Was hanging around under the bleachers, watching some of the racing with us. Oh, there it goes. Hey, Jim, it's running towards you. It's by the truck down there. So sounds like they might be going for a replacement part for the photocell at the top end. The good news is these delays don't tend to take too long, so we should be up and running pretty quickly, hopefully. For all you folks that came out for the specialty classes, Door Slammer qualifying tentatively still set for 10:30, but we'll let you know if any of that changes, of course. And of course, Pro Mods, Harleys, and Pro Mod bikes will be directly after them, followed by some track prep and all of the radio classes. All right, we are into Bo Speed Shop Pro Bracket. Gary Nelson bringing the Miles of Mayhem Swift Kenny Hellcat to the top end of the racetrack. Goes 983 at 140 miles an hour. Rob Kleinbeekman brings up the Londonderry Outlaws Car Club Bandit Chevelle to an 1108 at 118 miles an hour. Bring up Mike Render for Fountain Tire, Chilliwack, Fortunes, Lordco, Auto Parts, and AFD Solutions. A 1985 S10 Racing, Bobby Ehlers' Chevstang. The Box Body trying to best the S10 as they run down track. .1052, 125 miles an hour. Bobby Ehlers goes 1016 at 131. Bring up Grant Gordon, bring up Bill Salilla. Dodge versus Camaro. So the Dart for 4 Cycle Customs Incorporated, right at the rundown track. Gordon goes 1211, 111 miles an hour. Bill goes 1211 at 112. Bring up Nick Barnhart, bring up Doug Marshall. The Barn Find Mustang Fox Body going up against the Detonator Car Club Chevy 2 dubbed Marsha. Big problem setting in for Nick Barnhart. Struggling to get that car limping down track. Marshall goes 983, 132 miles an hour. Barnhart going to be on a slow cruise at the top end. Bring up Steve Baskerville running the 2022 Mustang against Bryce Lowe with a 1977 Skylark dubbed Betty. Bryce Lowe goes 1156, 119 miles an hour. Steve Baskerville goes 1430 at 110. Veronica Hodgson and Chris Held the next pair down track. Chevy way out in front of the Dart goes 928, 142 miles an hour. Hodgson 1191 at a $1.09. Bring up Tony Mendonca, the Scary Canary Maverick, facing off against Doug Clausen in his 1996 Pontiac Grand Am. Top end of the racetrack, Clausen 964, 140 miles an hour. Mendonca goes 1082 at 122. Bring up Michelle Dahl for the Associated Tire Vega going up against Walter Johnson in the Chevelle. Dahl runs down track and will put down a 10:40 with a 9, 118 miles an hour. Johnson, 11:12 at 119. Continuing on through Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. Scott Wilson and Ralph Ehlers, the next pair. The South Straight Auto GMC pickup going against the Junkyard Dog Mustang. So Scott Wilson up next. Once again going up against Ralph Ehlers. Ralph Ehlers stalls off the line. Scott Wilson, 999, 135 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman, we need you in the lanes. Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman, bring them on up. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Sportsman, lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Rad Torque Systems, Super Pro, you're on standby. Be ready to go. So Don Almas and Javon Brar, two red lights that are nothing to smile about. Almas goes 10 seconds flat, 137 miles an hour. Brar goes 1092 at 120. So Mal Patterson brings up the Albia Thailand Malfunction Acadian, going up against Dave Shirk for Titanium Auto Group and JBS Equipment, along with Rad Torque Systems, running a 1986 Blazer. So Blazer and Acadian staging up. So Patterson, 10-0-0 with a 4, 133 miles an hour. Dave Shirk on a slow roll. Quite a few cars having problems right off the hitch here in Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket for their one and only qualifying round. Ryan Ladre brings up his machine, going up against Nick Douglas. Going up against the 2023 Super B. Ladrine goes 11:39, 116 miles an hour. Douglas goes 12:35 at 110. Dennis Winton brings out the Lost in Time Bel Air. He faces off against Neil Cuthbertson in the Chevy pickup. So just checking out the right lane on the starting line after Nick Douglas's pass. That took that 2023 Charger to a 12:35. Looked like potentially just some water or fluid left behind from the exhaust pipe that didn't get burned up. So if at all possible, make sure you idle your car long enough in the staging lanes that all that stuff gets burnt up so it's not being dropped out on the racetrack. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Rad Torque Systems Super Pro. We need you to lanes 5 and 6. Rad Torque Systems Super Pro, come on up, lanes 5 and 6. Once again, that is Super Pro. We need you to lanes 5 and 6, and we need Hot Rod on standby. Old Car Center Hot Rod, this is your standby call. Dennis Winton, 11:66, 121 miles an hour for the Lost in Time Bel Air. Neil Cuthbertson goes 10:93 and 123 miles an hour. How about this for a pair of wheel standing Camaros? Two stock Eliminator cars, a 1996 Camaro driven by Dave Young. Same model, same make, driven by Rick McKinney. Haven't seen him out in a good long while for the RLJ Farms New Magoo Camaro. Pair of Camaro wheel stands there for you. Top end of the racetrack, McKinney gets there first. 10:41, 126 miles an hour. Hot on his heels was Young. 10:76 at 123. John Tabak brings up the Rad Torque Systems Cold Front S10 going up against Ray Bollinger for the Just Mechanical 1963 Pontiac. (10:46), 127 miles an hour. Bollinger goes 10:56 at 124. Brim Giovanni Aliberti for Extreme Caliber Performance, and Jim and Jim going up against Dustin Hunter for the Ford Falcon. This pickup truck often spins his wheels off the line. No exception today. If that truck didn't bog down so much on the starting line, it could have some stellar runs. 909, 150 miles an hour. Hunter goes 898 at 149. How about Heather Hornall and Lance Churchuk? The Dragon Wagon for Stone Speed Shop. Heather Hornall Real Estate, Brady Electrical, and Accurate Locates Fairmont going up against the Disturbed Pro Light Electric Duster. Hornall to the top end. 1068, 121 miles an hour. Churchuk goes 1148 at 114. Here's Craig Johnson and Ross Walker. Johnson with a BC scale. Johnson's Customs Exhaust Malibu going up against the Preston Chevrolet Chevy 2. Top end of the racetrack, Ross Walker, 10 seconds, 132 miles an hour. Craig Johnson, 10:55 at 122. Next up, Jim Banky and Chris Stone. The tale as old as time. A 67 Plymouth Barracuda going up against the Willebrook Chrysler and Stone Cold Racing Dodge Dart. Top end, Chris Stone, 969, 136 miles an hour. Banky, 1011, $131. So bring up Party Marsons and his SHK Dodge Dart going up against Robert Gillick with the 2009 Challenger. Marty Parsons down track, being caught quickly. Oh boy, a lot of smoke all of a sudden from Parsons. That car just went up in it. 11:35, 86 miles an hour. Gillick goes 10:51 to the $131. That car did the same thing on Wednesday. So safety crews going out there just to make sure. That car started billowing smoke at about 1,000 feet. Still finished the quarter-mile run with an 11.3 second time. So we just finished up Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. Hey, attention all racers and attention everybody that's driving around to the pits. A firm reminder that the pit speed limit is 10 miles an hour. Once again, that is 10 miles an hour in the pits. You should be coasting. So 10 miles an hour, strictly enforced pit speed limit. You have absolutely zero reason to be going any faster than 10 miles an hour. So we're getting set to roll into Vancouver Car Wrap Super Pro. Randy Hermson bringing up the winged behemoth Oldsmobile, facing off against Jeff Holman for Peated Industries and the GMC. So a very healthy field, over 30 cars in Pro Bracket. One of the biggest classes on the property. Door slammers confirmed to have at least 32 entrants. So once again, we have called Rad Torque System Super Pro into lanes 5 and 6. Rad Torque System Super Pro, you should be making your way on down lanes 5 and 6. Reminder, you only get one qualifying hit. So Super Pro, lanes 5 and 6. So we are currently down for some oil left behind by the smoke show that we just saw from Marty Parsons up towards the top end of the racetrack. So Safe Crews quickly going up there. They're going to look to take care of that. Hopefully this will not take too long. And cars again started billowing smoke at about 1,000 feet, went right down to the quarter. So we shouldn't be down for too long. At least it's not the whole racetrack. So stick with us. We'll continue to give you updates as they come on in. Half Track Snack Shack open for business right now. They're going to be starting to serve lunch here in about 30-40 minutes or so. But for now, breakfast is still on the table. And again, a big thanks to all of you spectators for sticking with us through all of this bad weather this weekend. Come on out for an excellent one-day slugfest for Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. Going to be a good one for the rest of the day as well. So a nice even 40 cars confirmed in Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket after qualifying. Old Car Center Hot Rod, you remain on a standby call. Be ready to move. We will no doubt be calling you up once we're a little bit further into the Sportsman / Super Pro qualifications. Once again, to all of you folks that are hanging around there on the spectator side of the racetrack, why are you so far away from the pits? All the good stuff's on this side. We got the concession stands out here. We got ourselves the pro shop out here. Your ticket comes with the pit pass. You are more than free to come on out via the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge and join us on the pit side of the racetrack. You can take a look at all these beautiful race cars up close for yourself. Well, there's some noise for all you guys to pay attention to while we're under this track prep. That is the Not So Funny Car Fuel Ultra machine that is firing up and going through some engine burn. If you see the yellow fumes, that would be the car firing up. I wouldn't get too close without breathing protection at the very least, but there's some stuff for you if you wanted to take a look at it. That car's gonna be going down the track hopefully around noon or so. Boy, yeah, that's gonna be awesome to see the Not So Funny car take it to the racetrack. But yeah, so that's just a preview of what you can look forward to. Nice little engine heat there going. So we are continuing to clean up some of that oil spillage at the top end of the racetrack. Scrubber is making its way on back. The hope is 10 minutes or less before we get this show back on the road. Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman still waiting patiently under the bridge. Quick update, going to be just a few more minutes at the top end. They are just working on drying some stuff up. But you can see the dragger is out on the racetrack, and it is hard at work. While we're here and while we're waiting, I would be remiss if I did not promote, of course, the NHRA Northwest National Open. That'll be coming on out on September 7th and 8th with a Friday test and tune day from 10 a.m. to 4. The NHRA guys will be qualifying on Saturday, racing on Sunday, and of course, we'll be running our JBS Equipment ET Series for a doubleheader event as well. Now, a lot of people have been eager to get us with some funny cars out here. Well, how about this? Feature group for the weekend, the Northwest BB Funny Car Association, coming on out to the Northwest National Open. So that is not an event you're going to want to miss. September 7th and 8th. So be there, or, well, you know the drill, be square. It is going to be an absolute thriller. Hey, attention in the staging lanes, attention in the staging lanes. Drivers to your cars, drivers to your cars. We are just moments away from going. Drivers to your cars. So cleanup, oil cleanup, just getting finished up. You can see the tractors pulling back into position. We're just getting all the equipment off at the top end. And then we'll roll into the qualifications for Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman for the first qualifier of the day. Radtorque Systems Super Pro, you should already be back there, but I'm going to make one final call just in case you're not. That is Radtorque Systems Super Pro. We're looking for you in lanes 5 and 6 if you're not already down there. Radtorque Super Pro, we need you down lanes 5 and 6 for your first and only qualifying round of the afternoon. And while we got the chance as well, at the end of the night, we're going to be conducting winner interviews for all class winners that want them. So that'll be taking place at the end of the racing program this afternoon. So to all competitors, if you want to get your 30 seconds of fame, well, you can do so in the winner's circle following the conclusion of eliminations for Smoke, Fire, and Thunder this afternoon. Once again, for all you folks hanging out around there on the right side of the racetrack, you can come on and join us on the left side as well. Your ticket comes with a pit pass. You can get over here via the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge. And come on and enjoy some of the food from the Half-Track Snack Shack. Take a look at all your favorite race cars up close. Engines are firing up. So let's recap the first pass so far for Vancouver Car Wrap's Sportsman. Randy Hermson brings up the winged behemoth Oldsmobile from 1958, sported 371 cubic inches of motor under the hood, going up against Jeff Holman in Disputed Industries GMC pickup from 1970. So qualifying back underway. .12:45, 106 miles an hour. Randy Herms goes 13:29 at 104. We bring up Ann Copeland going up against Bill Wells. So the Malibu going up against the Subaru. Bill Wells got there first with an 11:42, 112 miles an hour, and Copeland 15:33 at 92. We'll bring up Jeff Wilson, the South Straight Auto Charlie Brown Malibu, going up against Eric Hansen in the Broadway Dart. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Stand down hot rod. Hot rod, you can stand down. Motorcycles, you are on standby. Old Car Center hot rod, you will be running behind motorcycles. So once again, stand down hot rod, you will be running behind motorcycles. Motorcycles, this is your standby call. So down track, Kevin McCauley takes the old school color for BDL Automotive to an 11:68, 114 miles an hour. Rob Gatz, the pickup, went 12:71 at 103. Bring up Brendan Piskacek for Buick Racing and Motoring Canada with Thomas and the Mustang. Going up against Steve Baskerville, breaking out the Mustang for the first time. Used to run a 2-liter turbo Volkswagen Golf all season, breaking out a 5-liter Mustang though. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Motorcycles, we need Mountain View Harley Davidson motorcycles to lane 1. Motorcycles, bring them on up, lane 1. Hot Rod, you're on standby. Piskacek goes 13:13, 101. Baskerville went 12:83 at 112. Bring up Bill Salila. And Craig Douglas going to be backed out for the Canso. So Douglas having some problems. They're not going to let him take a hit. So Salila going to run down track in the Camaro. Camaro goes 12:08, 112. Bring up Sylvia Hookstons. Bring up Roland Loa. 1966 Mustang going up against the Lordco Auto Parts Meteor. Bring up the next pair. Kyle Winterbottom brings up his Chevy going up against Wayne Douglas for SBB Racing. So Nick Douglas's dad breaking out the dart. Kyle Winterbottom going to take that one down track. He goes 13:34, 99 miles an hour. Kyle Winterbottom, 14:08 at 88. Bring up Tyson Lowe. Bring up Grant Gordon. 1984 Camaro going up against the Four Cycle Customs Incorporated Dodge Dart. Once again, we are looking for motorcycles in lane 1. Motorcycles, we're looking for you in lane 1. We're running an aggressive program. Please be punctual. Motorcycles, we need you in lane 1. Pay attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Little schedule change here, so we're gonna do a little schedule change. We are not gonna be running the first round of junior eliminations just yet. We're gonna be bumping you down behind I think pretty much all of the feature classes, at least for now. We know door slammers will be in front of you, so we'll keep you posted on that. But for now, Canada West Door Slammers, this is a 20-minute standby call. Canada West Door Slammers, this is your 20-minute standby call. Bring up Nick Douglas and Haley Christensen. On the last pass, it was Ryan Ledre to go 1160 at 115 miles an hour in the Muffler Tech Automotive Chevelle. And Archie Limpright took the Monty to a 1325 at 102. Next up, Nick Douglas, Haley Christensen. The Charger versus a C10 for Chaotic Customs. Nick Douglas goes 12:30 at 110 miles an hour. Haley Christensen has gone a 14:20 at 92. Well, the dragster just finished his burnout. You know what that means. We're rolling into Rad Torque Systems Super Pro. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need hot rod. Lanes 3 and 4. Old Car Center hot rod. Bring them up. Lanes 3 and 4. Old Car Center hot rod. Lanes 3 and 4 for your one and only qualifier. So Colton Morin brings up the Morin Motorsports Dragster. We got Powell over there on the far lane. So Colton Morin goes 787, 168 miles an hour. The right lane, 1054 at 130 miles an hour. Jason Gibson, he's going to be running not just in Super Pro, but he's also going to be running in Limited Street later this afternoon in that 91 Mustang Fox body, going up against Ryan Johnston for the Investors Group and Nasty Fish Racing Corvette. Well, he went trip zip, but it had a 3 on the end, and it went the wrong way. He went red on that one. Gibson goes 973, 138 miles an hour. Ryan Johnston goes 836 to 164. Bring up Kevin Garlock. Bring up Mike Robinson. 1971 Camaro versus the JBS and JS Power Sports Ford Roadster. Kevin Garlock, 888. 148 miles an hour. Robinson 912 at 142. Bring up John Jenkins. The West Coast Building Restorations McKenzie Racing S10 going up against Shaylin Svedik from McKenzie Racing, Kennedy Landscaping, Coastal Equipment Repairs, and Eldorado, running a 1970s vintage front engine dragster. Shout out to the folks watching on MRP Lordco TV on the live stream. Nearly 300 live viewers right now. Glad to see you're all out with us on this beautiful day, and glad to see everybody still out in the stands on what'll still be an awesome day still yet to come. We are only just getting started. John Jenkins goes 1044, 124 miles an hour. The front engine dragster going a 952 at 146. Bring up Kevin McNichol, the Rad Torque Systems, Ken Specialty Auto, Lordco Auto Parts, Lucas Oil, Gibson Transmissions, Jim Benke Racing, 67 Nova. He is your defending champion. The champ going up against Jeremy Soares with the Soares Transport Quick Tech Race Cars Cameron Dragster. Jeremy Soares running down track, and he's going to go 7:37, 180 miles an hour. That's the quick time of the day, but there's going to be a lot quicker before the end of this one. Trust me on that. McNichol goes 10:05 at $1.33. Bring up Wes Vogt for the Acumen Machine, Lordco Auto Parts Associated Tire, with lots of help from Greg Field Racing to get that Firebird down track. He goes up against Emily Gerard, running the Shear Solutions and Just Mechanical Titanium Auto Group Undercover Dragster. Gerard firing down Broadway, 7:54, 176 miles an hour. Wes Vogt goes 9:62 at 146. We will now bring up Kim Jonkin for Titan Mod Group and JBS Equipment, bringing up the Yancer Dragster and Al McKay Smith for MTMM Performance. Yonkin goes 7:69, 174 miles an hour. Matt McKay Smith 10:17 at $1.34. We'll bring up Martin Rochelle and John DeBack. The Super Street Malibu going up against the Rad Torque Systems and Cold Front S10. So a bit of a mess left behind on the starting line, so they're going to back John to back out. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Roy Roman, we need you back to your car, please. Roy Roman, please report back to your race car. Roy Roman, back to the car. So we're still shutting things down, still cleaning up a little bit of that oil left behind by Alan K. Smith's car on that last pass of Rat Torque Systems Super Pro. The next pair up, it'll be Martin Rochelle and John DeBack, the 1978 Malibu against the 1989 Chevy S10. Once again, now's a good time as ever to check out the Half Track Snack Shack. Get yourself some grub to eat. They are open for lunch, and they have been for about the last 10 minutes or so. Cheeseburgers, chicken strips, chicken burgers, fries, and so much more. I'm personally going to go for some strips later on in the afternoon. We've still got a lost phone up here in the tower. It was turned up a few hours ago. It was found near the top end of the racetrack by the offices up there. So if you are missing a phone, please come on up. It is on the second floor of the timing tower. You can come on up to collect. Rochelle turns on the red light by just 1,000th of a second. At the top end, Rochelle goes 10:08, 126 miles an hour. John DeBack, 10:46 at 127. How about a dragster versus an altered? Emma Debris-Coos brings up the 1988 dragster for B&D Lift Trucks, Shawnigan Trucking, Competition Tree Services, Straight Line Race Cars, and special thanks to Grandma and Grandpa. Going up against Ron Fawcett out in the Nanaimo for the Straight Line Race Cars. He says that altered is, quote, slightly altered. I don't know if I believe that. I think that's very altered. But it's an alter nonetheless. Emma Debris-Coos goes 9 seconds with the 2, 145 miles an hour. Ron Fawcett, 889 at 161. It's another dragster looking to make that hit. Aaron Young brings up his dragster, going up against Jan Christensen, El Gringo Nova. 582 cubic inches of Chevy motor under the hood over on the far side of the racetrack. Is it enough to best a dragster on the tower side? So down track, Young goes 8:35, 155 miles an hour. Christensen 8:53 at 158. That'll bring up Lorenz Schwartz and Craig Johnson. Lorenz Schwartz's Monte Carlo broke, so he is now running Dave Shirk's Blazer for Titanium Auto Group at Bubba Speed Shop. He's going up against Craig Johnson in that BC Scale Johnson's Customs Exhaust Malibu wagon. And right behind them, it's the motorbikes. So problems set in for the Blaze. They're going to back him out. Craig Johnson going to be on a single. Johnson goes 10:51 at $122. So some people say that 2 wheels are better than 4. And those people are rolling into the staging beams now. It's the Mountain View Harley-Davidson motorcycle category. So Bill McDonald brings out the Wild Racing Kawasaki, going up against Jody Brickwood's machine for Brickwood Renovations. So Bill McDonald goes 9:47, 140 miles an hour. Jody Brickwood goes 9:98 at 113. Bring up Tom Turan, bring up Corey Craig. The ADK Service Spectrum Motorsports Black Lightning Suzuka Hayabusa. Going up against the Electro Motorsports machine over here, Tower Side, dubbed the Kraken. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Door slammers, bring them on up, lanes 5 and 6. Canada the West door slammers, we need you, lanes 5 and 6. With overflow into lanes 3 and 4, so once again, that is door slammers to 5 and 6, with overflow into 3 and 4. Corey Craig, 8:09, 168 miles an hour. Tom Turan, 8:66 at $154. And the last pair in motorcycles. You're going to have Bill Aiken. You're going to have Al Oman. Alamon for the Thriftiest Machine Shop ZRX Dragster. This man has won over 25 Wallies in his racing career. Oh boy. Bill Aiken all over the shot. Alamon goes 9 seconds, 144 miles an hour. Bill Aiken goes 9:76 at $137. So that does it for Mountain View Harley-Davidson motorcycles. We're going to roll back into Old Car Center Hot Rod. So as Sylvia Hookstons and Rob Monroe bring their cars to bear, I'm going to get some lunch. Cole has joined me in the booth, and he He's going to take you through Old Car Center's single qualifying hit.
So, as Nolan mentioned, rolling into the one and only qualifying session for your Old Car Center Hot Rod category here at Mission Raceway Park. Sylvia Hoogston's in the 66 Ford Mustang and the TCS side of the racetrack, facing off against Rob Monroe over in the Lordco lane in the Acadian. Small block Chevy powered Acadian going to get to the stripe first. 1050 with a 1 at 126 miles an hour. 1263 with a 305 miles an hour for Sylvia Hoogston's. As your next pair rolls out of the water box, Ray Roman from North Vancouver, the 1966 AMC Rambler, up against Rob Monroe Sr. Just saw his son Rob Monroe Jr. run down the Lordco lane, same as Dad over there in the 1931 Model A with the supercharged small block Chevy. 146 red for Roy Ramon. 031 light, not too shabby in the reaction time department for Rob Monroe Sr. Gets to the stripe first with an 876 with a 650 miles an hour, and 1116 with a 6 and 119 miles per hour for the Rambler is Steve Wilson, that 65 Acadian, and the TCS side of the racetrack up against the Catch 22 Camaro, the 1967 Chevy Camaro, first-gen machine for Brennan Ruse. Both racers going red on opposite sides of the racetrack to Thou. The difference in the red lights, 022 red for Wilson, 020 red for Ruse. He's going to get to the stripe first with 1029 with an 8 at 129 miles an hour. 1021 with a 228 miles per hour for Steve Wilson in the Acadian as Rob Hodgson, the 67 Belvedere. And the TCS side of the racetrack going to go up against Terry Charles, the 56 Chevy with the big block Chevy power plant, 440 under the hood of Rob Hodgson's machine for the racer from right here in Mission, and a car that's got quite the storied history here at Mission Raceway Park. Quick wipe down to the starting line as we get ready to bring up this next pair. Of course, the old Gasser style 56 Chevy for Terry Charles, the racer out of Langley with the straight axle over in the Lordco lane. Going to face off again against Hot Rod Class regular Rob Hodgson. It's already pre-staged, waiting on the 56 Chevy to bump in. There goes Terry into the beams. Rob turning on the bottom bulb. Here we go for the next pair. 084 light for Hodgson. Charles, though, going to get to the stripe first at a 10:01 with a 629 miles an hour. Again, qualifying. Set the field for the eliminations ladder coming up a little bit later on in the afternoon. One and only qualifying session here in the truncated Smoke, Fire, and Thunder program. Get to see Randy Hermson back here at Mission Raceway Park, Mission resident of the big old 58 Olds. And Scott Winterbottom grabbing the gears in the Chevy 2. 926 with a 0-141 miles an hour for the stick shift Chevy 2, the Rags to Riches Top Shop sponsored machine with a big block Chevy power plant that's also regular in the BC Super Shifters category. As it's going to be Matt Warner, the 66 Mercury, over in the TCS side of the racetrack. Veronica Hodgson in the 69 Dart over in the Lordco lane. Warner yarding out the front end in the Mercury as he's going to get to the top end with a 10:43 with 125 miles an hour for the Cyclone. As John Sayer is going to get ready to pull up to the ready line in his purple 68 Dart up against Doug Marshall in the 62 Chevy 2. Sponsored by the Detonators Car Club out of Enderby in the Lordco lane. 067 light for Sayer. He's going to get to the stripe second, 999 with a 132 miles an hour for Doug Marshall. 149 light as Don Almus, another Enderby racer, making the tow here to Mission Raceway Park. 69 Dodge Dart going to face off against Jerry Broadbender in the Chevy 2. Another 62 Chevy 2 over in the Lordco side of the racetrack. Jerry, former winner of the California Hot Rod Reunion, and gets to the stripe just behind Don Almus. 977 with the 237 miles an hour for the Dodge Dart. 074 light for Broadbender, and that is going to put him up the qualifying ladders. That is what helps set the ladder going into eliminations, is the reaction times. It's Dennis Whitten, the 66 Bel Air, the lost in time Bel Air. How about the four-door Bel Air? In the TCS side of the racetrack, going to face off against Terry Hookstons in the 66 Chevy 2 with the small block Chevy power plant. .009 red for Hookstons as the Maple Ridge racer going to get to the line with an 1183 with a 311 miles an hour, 1103 with a 2 at 123 miles per hour for Dennis Winton of the Bel Airs. Dustin Hunter is going to be up to the ready line next. The Falcon Fast 64 Ford Falcon out of Chilliwack up against Ken Hogue, the 64 Plymouth in the Lordco lane. 440 power plant for Hogue in the 64 Plymouth down the Lordco side of the racetrack. Dustin Hunter getting ready to go down the TCS side of the racetrack. Falcon going to get to the stripe first. 906 with an 8 at 149 miles an hour, 1175 with a 113 miles an hour for Ken Hogue. Andrew Weeb, the high screaming small block Chevy. Only 279 cubic inches of Chevy power plant for the 1947 Austin. Up against Roland Lowen, the 1955 Meteor. And the TCS side of the racetrack is Andrew harkening back to the days of the Gasser Wars and carrying the front end, jamming through the gears. Andrew getting out of it, coasts his way to a 1071 with a 095 miles an hour for Andrew Weeb as Rolling low, going to go 1291 to the 201 miles an hour. Chris Stone, Jim Banky facing off in their usual friendly matchup before we get paired up for eliminations. Chris in the 1968 Dodge Dart, 67 Plymouth Cuda. And the Lordco side of the racetrack for Banky. And wheels up launches either side of the racetrack. 010 light for Chris Stone, carries it out to a 968 with a 736 miles per hour, is a 1009 with a 731 miles an hour for Jim Banky. And that is going to be the final pair in round number 1 and the only round of qualifying here for Old Car Center Hot Rod Class action here this afternoon. A little bit of track prep, and then by the sounds of things, going to get into some Canada West Door Slammer action coming up in just a few moments here at Mission Raceway Park. So again, just a little bit of track prep before we get into some of our feature classes here this afternoon. Canada West Door Slammer, again, you guys should be in the staging lanes right now as your lane call was made just a few moments ago, right before the start of this hot rod session. So again, Canada West Door Slammers, you guys should be in the lanes. You're heading to the lanes. And again, down for just a little bit of track prep before we head into their qualifying session. So again, thanks to everybody for coming out here for what was supposed to be day number 3 of racing action here at Mission Raceway Park. Unfortunately, Mother Nature not really cooperating us. We did get the test and tune portion of Smoke, Fire, and Thunder presented by Lordco Auto Parts in the books on Thursday, and then, well, not a whole lot too much after that, unfortunately, but Mother Nature cooperating today, and we thank her for doing that. As Lordco Auto Parts helping us out with Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. They're open 7 days a week with over 100 locations across BC. You can go to lordco.com to find a location near you. Find them on all their social media accounts at Lordco Auto Parts on Facebook, X, and Instagram. So that is Lordco Auto Parts helping us out, as they have been a longtime supporter of not only racing here at Mission Raceway Park, but racing across all of the province of BC. And thank them again for their partnership, as well as the Titanium Auto Group, the naming rights sponsor for the Titanium Strip here at Mission Raceway Park. Titanium Auto Group sales and lease. You can get approved now with good, bad, and even ugly credit. Head to the Titanium Auto Group's website, titaniumautogroup.ca, to find out more about how you can get yourself a ride from the Titanium Auto Group. Greenlight Auto Sales helping out this weekend as well. They are the presenting sponsor this weekend for the Canada West Door Slammers. Are you in the market for a new vehicle? At Greenlight Auto Financing, they have access to over 1,500 vehicles, varying from all makes and models with decades of experience. They pride themselves in honesty and compassion. Their focus is getting you approved through a large pool of lenders and offer free delivery anywhere in BC. You can contact Greenlight Auto Sales today at 604-300-4995 or at greenlightautofinancing.ca to get yourself approved today. So again, as track prep continues, just to make sure that the racing surface is just as good as it can possibly be for our Canada West Door Slammers competitors. You can see one of our new pieces of equipment here at Mission Raceway Park making its way down with the dragger on the back of the tractor. Those are actually Pro-Mod tires on the back of the tractor that did not meet the specifications to actually sell them to racers, but put on the back of the tractor. They rotate around and put down a Solid amount of rubber on the racetrack to help make the racing surface as sticky as possible. If you're new here to Mission Raceway Park, of course, you notice the dark portion of each lane on the racetrack. That is what is known as the groove, and you want to stay pretty much right down the center of that, as that is the stickiest part of the racetrack, to try and get yourself the best run as possible. And throughout the week, the track is also working on that with the track crew to make sure that the racetrack is good to go as they drag it, prep it throughout the week in advance of the racing action. And also why if you do get a little bit of moisture on the racetrack, it takes a little bit to get the track back in a raceable surface. So that is kind of the problem that we found ourselves in the last 2 days. But again, going through the track prep process and getting ready to roll into Canada West Door Slammer qualifying. Their first qualifying pass of the weekend coming up is full field of Door Slammers getting ready to back up the lanes pretty much all the way to the back of the lanes, and going to be a great session here coming up with some cool conditions for August, and should make for some quick runs coming up in that first Canada West Door Slammer qualifying session. And attention all hot rod competitors, the hot rod elimination round number 1 ladder is at Sylvia Hookson's trailer as we speak. So again, if you're looking for your first round matchup for all hot rod class competitors, the eliminations ladder is now posted at Sylvia Hookson's trailer. So you can make your way over there to check out who you are going to be facing off against when it comes time to head to the lanes for round number 1 of eliminations.
So first pair of Winter Harbor Marina and RV Canada West Door Slammers. Jason Field, Justin Bond, the Richie Racing Engines, Greenlight Auto Sales, Induction Solutions, Hutchins Transmissions, and On Tap Racing, Chevelle versus Pontiac.
And 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25 26 27 28 29 30 31 32 33 34 35 36 37 38 39 40 41 42 43 44 45 46 47 48 49 50 51 52 53 54 55 56 57 58 59 60 61 62 63 64 65 66 67 68 69 70 71 72 73 74 75 76 77 78 79 80 81 82 83 84 85 86 87 88 89 90 91 92 93 94 95 96 97 98 99 100 101 102 103 104 105 106 107 108 109 110 111 112 113 114 115 116 117 118 119 120 121 122 123 124 125 126 127 128 129 130 131 132 133 134 135 136 137 138 139 140 141 142 143 144 145 146 147 148 149 150 151 152 153 154 155 156 157 158 159
Oh boy, Jason Field launching awkwardly. Justin Bond on a tear. He will set the benchmark. 764, 178 miles an hour. So we bring up Brad Powell. Running the STR Racing Chevelle, he faces off against Jay Siverston of the Black Betty JS Power Sports Dodge. So the Canso ready to run down track. Like an arrow, it is going to be Jay Siverston, 733. He goes to the number 1 qualifying spot. Brad Powell, the number 3. He goes 833 at 159. So the next pair, Darren Buick in the Evans Excavating Nova. He faces off against Scott Robinson for the AFD Petroleum Titanium Monitor, Rad Torque Systems, AccuCut Lasers, JS Power Sports, and Postma Farms Beretta. So Darren Buick going 859, 155 miles an hour. Robinson 759 at 179. So Scott Robinson goes to the number 2 qualifying spot. Bring up Rob Love and bring up Adam DeYoung. The Artex Racing Total Dairy Solutions Camaro going up against Robert Love's machine. Adam DeYoung, 823, 163 miles an hour. Love goes 890 with a 9 at 149. So Dave Warren brings up the Blue Max Bel Air. Trouble setting in for the car over here left lane. Doesn't look like it'll be able to make a run, so Dave Warren will be out on a single. Dave Warren looking to see if he can shoot to the number 1 qualifying spot. Has to be Jay Siverston, 7:33 with a 9. And it'll be a 784, 175 miles an hour for Warren. So that puts Dave Warren into the number 4 spot. Now here's a big threat, Greg Field. The Active Auto Care Jubilee RV Actima Machine Total Turbo Lordco Auto Parts 1969 Opel, capable of going to the number 1 qualifying spot by a decent margin. Facing off against Ken Christian in the 1972 Chevrolet. It's got a 112 wheelbase onto that machine, and that car's best pass has been a 6.4 at 227 miles an hour. Will this car be able to hook up? Greg Field wobbling in the groove. Getting it back down Broadway. Quick time of the day, 681 with a 3, 206 miles an hour, with Christian going 827 and 162. Oh boy, big trouble top end of the racetrack. Ladies and gentlemen, stay where you are, stay where you are. Stay where you are, nobody go down there to the top end. We got safety crews rolling. Everybody stay where you are.
So good news, race fans. Already hearing that Greg Field is okay down there at the top end of the racetrack. The racer in the TCS lanes. So unfortunately, having an incident down there at the top end. Looks like the chutes did not deploy on the Opel and the TCS side of the racetrack. And at about 200 miles an hour, Greg Field having a big moment at the top end of the racetrack, and unfortunately swapping lanes. You can see the car stepped completely sideways before, by the looks of things, impacting the wall in the Lordco side of the racetrack. So safety team down there checking over things, but again, reporting that Greg Field, by the sounds of things, okay over the radio, and that being confirmed now by the safety crew at the top end. So Greg Field is okay, and we will take some downtime to clean up at the top end. As we're getting a look right now on the live stream, courtesy of the Lordco TV feed, that Greg's car has come to a stop just at the very end of the racetrack and nosed it maybe into the wall. By the looks of things, kept it off of the wall. So the thing got completely sideways at the top end, did a full 360, and Greg Field kept the car off the wall at 150 miles an hour. It does not have a scratch on it.
That is unbelievable. You know what? I want everybody in the stands giving a huge round of applause That car without a scratch on it, that is absolutely incredible. Safety crew's doing a great job as well, quickly on scene as well to make sure everything was okay. And of course, that is the best news of all, is that everybody is okay at the top end, but a very wild moment at Mission Raceway Park. My hope, that car does have a scratch. We could see it to eliminations. He is to the #1 qualifying spot in Door Slammers.
They had an eventful run for the Kamloops racer, to say the least, and as we mentioned, he almost ran out of real estate there at the top end, but just got it stopped before the sand trap with no chutes, and that was a wild moment for Greg Field, but they've got the car cleared off at the top end by the looks of things. Just going to hook up the tow strap in the golf cart and bring it back to the pits, and no worse for wear, but as soon as we get the okay sign from the top end, it doesn't look like any major cleanup necessary down there. We will get ready to fire back up the next pair, John West and Otto Schulte. Going to be your next pair. John of the 57 Chevy Auto in the Cavalier is, again, getting ready for the next pair. Canada West Door Slammer qualifying just as soon as we get the A-OK from the top end of the racetrack.
All right, we are ready to rumble once again. So drivers, make sure you're in your cars are ready to go. We got John West over here, tower side of the Kinsley Trucking J&L driver to Lordco Auto Parts Chevy Bel Air, going up against Otto Schulte in the Still Cruiser Georgia Straight Line Collision Next Gen here in Associated Tire, Lordco Auto Parts, Odlum Brown Quality Designs, and Rondex Cavalier. Otto Schulte, a regular competitor that goes well into the top 5 in the Canada West Door Slammers category. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. West Coast Pro Modifieds. We need you to lanes 5 and 6. West Coast Pro Modifieds, come on up. Lanes 5 and 6. Pro Mods, lanes 5 and 6. And Nitro Harley, Top Fuel Harleys, you are on standby. Otto Schulte 745, 182 miles an hour. West goes 759 at $168. So with those last two passes, that will put John West into the 5th place spot, Otto Schulte all the way up to 3rd. Henry Zacharias and Mark Thompson, the next pair up for the Zacharias Inventory Limited Corvette, and the Marvel Racing Studebaker. Mark Thompson, 749, 183 miles an hour. Henry Zacharias went 819 at 137. So Mark Thompson goes to the number 4 spot. Henry Zacharias will sit 9th. We'll move on to the next pair. Grant Howell brings up the Willies from 1937 on the Lordco side. Howell getting a little close to the center line right off the hitch. He's going to run that out the back door, though. Left lane goes 844 with a 3. 157 miles an hour. Grant Howell, 827 at 169. So Grant Howell unable to break into the top 10 by about 0.04 of a second. Will bring up Devin Jansen and Dale Phillips. The 1970 Nova running that 565 big block Chevy motor going up against Dale Phillips with that 1967 Shelby Mustang. So Devin Jansen taking it up alongside Dale Phillips. Problems for Dale Phillips. He's going to get out of the throttle. Devin Jansen goes 849, 152 miles an hour. So Jansen just getting into the top 15, but Phillips is going to be down, or he's going to be out looking in. Bring up Aiden Katnick for TK Performance and Lordco Auto Parts. Took his first ever win in the big cars with that machine. Down at the Langley Loafers old times, Langley Loafers old time drags. He goes up alongside Paul Stretch, your 2022 champion for the Mid-Island Engines Cavalier. Top end of the racetrack, Paul Stretch, 722, and that is going to propel him to the number 2 qualifying spot. Aiden Katnick goes 843 at 162. So the Pontiac Firebird over here, tower side, looking like they're going to be backing him up. Paul DeBree Jr., though, brings up the 6 electrics and straight line race cars. I don't think that's, I'm not sure if that's a Corvette or not, but it's Paul DeBree Jr., I can tell you that much. It's a Valiant. Thank you to Cole. Car recognition, never been my thing, especially with the door slammers. Debris goes 853, 156 miles an hour. So Mike Kenworthy and Paul Soares, the next two up. The Illusion Motorsports Speedway, Rich Racing Engines Firebird, racing the Soares Transportation Pontiac. Oh boy, Paul Soares times out in the beams. Mike Kenworthy all of a sudden on a single. 816 with a 7, and that car with no life underneath it, they're going to back him out. So James Kennedy going to bring up his 2004 Pontiac Grand Am, and Anthony Kennedy brings up the TK Performance at Lordco Auto Parts Dodge Dart. So James Kennedy and Anthony Katnick, the next two up. Anthony Katnick struggling with a burnout procedure. And well, I'd say maybe about a third or a quarter of a burnout done for Anthony Katnick there, but I wouldn't expect anything too spectacular off the line here for the Dart. Katnick's rear wheel's shaking a little bit, but he's going to drive through it. Kennedy, 687. Is that enough for number one? Oh, it is not. He is still off by about 0.07 of a second. Went 687 with a 0, 200 miles an hour. Katnick, 870 with a 4, but that is enough to put James Kennedy to number 2. So Mike Supine, the next one up, he goes up against Brian Ritchie. Over here on the left lane is the Stone Speed Shop, Brian's Glass Pontiac GTO going up against the Ritchie Racing Engines and Greenlight Auto Sales Chevelle. For all you fans looking for a cold one, the beer garden is now open. It is located next to the concession stand, so if you wanted to get yourself a beer, well, head on down to the beer garden, just near the concession stand. Both cars fire down track. Mike Sapine, 747, 184 miles an hour. Richie, 785 and 172. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need Top Fuel Harley to lane 1. Top Fuel Harley, we need you up lane 1. Harleys to lane 1. Pro Mod Bike, we need you on standby. So once again, that is Top Fuel Harleys. Bring them on up lane 1, and Top Fuel and Pro Mod Bike, you're on standby. So Zach Joyce, the next one up, he runs that 1948 Austin. His partner, Gordy Abagouche, the Tommy Guns Barbershop Corvette, back up for it. That last pass enough to put Mike Sapine into the number 6 spot with a 747, 200 exactly off of Otto Schulte. Abagouche down track. Oh, something flying off and landing between the 1,000-foot blocks. Abagouche goes 742. Joyce 793. So that piece of debris landed between the 1,000-foot block. So it looks like they're going to collect that after we send the next car or two. We'll bring up Mike Lucas, taking that car to a win in Top Comp and during the Door Wars 12 weekend. This car is a threat for the top 3 qualifying spots. They're struggling to keep life in that machine. Boy, struggling big time. And it'll be a 10-16. So Lucas looking for more. So Derek Shirk brings up the Titanium Auto Group, Bubba Speed Shop, Bel Air facing off against Andy Hatton for the Bubba Speed Shop, Titanium Auto Group, Velocity Chemicals, Grinch Camaro. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We need Pro Mod Bike to lane 1. Pro Mod Bikes, bring them on up to lane 1 for your first qualifier. Pro Mod Bike to lane 1. Derek Shirk lagging on the line a little bit. Andy Hatton going to get out in front. 8:46, 155 miles an hour. And that will leave just the one competitor that was not able to make the pass earlier because the car lost fire, now able to make that run. So 798 with a 4. That will do it for the Door Slammers. West Coast Pro Modifies just around the corner. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We need nitro fuel altered to lanes 5 and 6. Nitro fuel altered, bring them on up, lanes 5 and 6. So folks, while we get the Pro Mods settled up, just want to take a quick moment to thank all of you guys for coming on out here. I know it's been a rough weekend with the weather, but the fact that you've all been willing to stay out here and come race with us on Sunday makes this absolutely phenomenal. But a big thank you as well to all of the racers for being able to make it on out, and those that were able to stay out past what should have been a Saturday program to run everything on Sunday. And a huge thank you as well to all of the track crews that are working some insane hours today to make sure that we can get this race in its entirety. Folks, give the track crews and all the racers a huge round of applause. They're the reasons you're able to have some racing on Sunday today. So, Cole, we got Pro Modifies just under the bridge. Now, one car that immediately stands out to me, Tom Katnick. That car has been running in Door Slammers the last little while, but it's been getting faster and faster. Think he's got a shot in Pro Mod?
Yeah, good to see Tom switching over into West Coast Pro Modified for the weekend. Of course, with that now turbocharged setup in the Lordco Auto Parts Camaro. Going to face off against another turbocharged combination, Ryan Griffin, over in the Lordco lane. Of course, West Coast Pro Modifieds making their second stop of the season here at Mission Raceway Park. They're in town for Door Wars, which got taken up by Garrett Richards, bringing home his third Door Wars win for the racer out of Tacoma, Washington. We'll see him in a few pairs, but big thanks going out to West Coast Pro Modifieds 2024 sponsors. Daycal Ventures, Artex Racing, Rad Torque Racing, Elsan Photo, as well as WPI, K2 Consulting, RCD Engineering, The Badass Garage, Hollish Race Cars, A&M Marketing Group, Total Performance, Van Ross Services, EMB, Race Jack Solutions, and Airport Glass, all helping out the West Coast Pro Modifieds for 2024 and their tour throughout the Pacific Northwest.
Hey, attention to all the golf carts that are down here in front of the starting lane. There is, frankly, way too many of you. If you are sitting and spectating in front of your golf cart here, you need to move. We're not going to race until you do. It is a safety issue. So if you have a golf cart and you don't have a car that is about to run, please move it immediately. And thank you again to those that are making, with great haste, to move on so we can keep this program a-moving. Also, just a quick reminder to everybody that's driving around to the pits as well, all of the pits run west to east with the exception of the pit lane that is closest to the river. So if you need to go from about the start line to the top end of the racetrack in the pits, you have to do so using the lane closest to the river. All other pit roads run west to east.
So just like that, first pair of West Coast Pro Modifieds fire getting ready to roll into the water box. As Nolan mentioned, Tom Katnick, the Maple Ridge racer for TK Performance and Lordco Auto Parts, getting ready to bring that turbocharged machine in to face off against the other turbocharged mount, Olympia, Washington's Ryan Griffin. Ryan Griffin, who went out round number 1 at Door Wars. They had a very tough weekend last time they were here at Mission Raceway Park. Season has improved considerably with the West Coast Pro Modifieds. They made stops at the Clispy Raceway Park in Spokane, Washington, as well as at Woodburn Drag Strip in Woodburn, Oregon. So making the tow up north of the border for Ryan Griffin, the second season, full year of Pro Modified competition for the car that originally was built to see Outlaw 10.5 action. Then they put the big tires in the back of that machine with the 526 cubic inch twin turbocharged Hemi propelling Ryan Griffin down the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack, and Tom Katnick making the step up from West Coast to West Coast Pro Modified from Canada West Door Slammers, and a car that's running in a variety of different power plants. Was naturally aspirated last year, run deep into the 7-second zone, and now putting on some turbos and switching up the motor combination and getting ready to try and tackle West Coast Pro Modified and the TCS side of the racetrack. Switching things over to the 8th mile is, again, the West Coast Pro Modifieds getting ready for their first run of the weekend. Had a few of them out for the test session, but for quite a few of these teams, going to be their first chance to hit the racetrack here on Sunday as Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. Katnick's pre-stage, Griffin waiting to turn on that top bulb, then you'll hear the boost build in both lanes. Well, Tom Katnick pedaling his way down the TCS side of the racetrack, 478 with a 0-160 miles an hour. Province of Ryan Griffin never even got it off the starting line at the Lordco side of the racetrack, but Tom Katnick up on the wheel, on and off the throttle, and gets his way down the racetrack to that 478 with a 0-160 miles an hour as Ryan Griffin coasts his way through the traps. Going to make the first turn off there at the top end, get the Lordco Auto Parts lane cleared out, and we'll get ready for the next pair in West Coast Pro Modified.
I think both drivers in that one happy that they're going to get 2 qualifiers here today instead of just the one that a lot of other bracket classes are getting for sure. How about this? Corvette duo. We saw them actually doubling these cars up in the Thursday testing tune session as well.
So 2 distinctly different combinations that are also the same. Jake Skosilas out of Surrey, his 2017 Chevy Corvette. That is Outlaw 10.5 car. You can see the smaller tires on the back of that machine, running the Mickey Thompson Outlaw 10.5 tire, and he's going to face off against the big-tired C7 Corvette of Dave Kowalski. Dave out of Fort St. John, Daycow Ventures sponsoring his machine, and Daycow Ventures helping out the West Coast Pro Modifieds as well. 2 conventional Roots-style superchargers on either side of the racetrack, and 2 521 cubic inch methanol burning Hemis on either side of the racetrack as we get ready for some burnouts. Dave Kowalski making it to the final round at Door Wars, and then unfortunately carted back up for the burnout. No such problems this time in round number 1 of qualifying, as he'll get guided back in his tire tracks to the starting line. Jake Skosilas started running a 2008 Dodge Dakota with Canada West Door Slammers that was for sale for a little while ago in the JS Power Sports fleet, known as Dakota Jake. Then stepped up to this wicked C7 Corvette right before COVID and has been making his home with the West Coast Pro Modifieds when they come to town here at Mission Raceway Park in the Titanium Strip. Last minute adjustment of the wheelie bars in the back of Dave Kowalski's car, as that is really an anchor point for the setup of these race cars and a crucial component. As fist bump on the hood from the crew chief, getting ready to bring the red C7 Corvette, which is one of the first C7 Corvette Pro Modified bodies here on the West Coast. As Dave Kowalski getting brought up to the ready line, a solid 380 player if everything goes well, and Jake Skosilas also flirting with the 3-second zone with a small tire C7 Corvette combination in the Lordco lane. Kowalski, 398 with a 0, 182 miles an hour, and straight to the number 1 spot. 45 with a 2 at 163 miles an hour. Frisco Silas is a little bit of a lazy launch and actually rolled through the beams almost, tripped on the red light. 344 red, major red for Jake, as that thing crept through the beams and couldn't hold it back, and still managed to salvage a 485 with a 2 at 163 miles an hour for his troubles. Is Dave Kowalski again going to the number 1 spot with a 398 with a 0, 182 miles an hour. Is your next pair already rolling underneath the Lordco Auto Parts Spectator Bridge, and it is going to be Steve Horn, the TCS side of the racetrack, that 1941 Willys for JS Power Sports, up against Garrett Richards out of Tacoma, Washington, your Door Wars winner back in July during the Canada Day long weekend. Garrett Richards, the Boss Hemi. 511 cubic inches of Ford power, courtesy of Walt Austin Racing, and a motor that was originally designed for top alcohol funny car competition before it got outlawed by the NHRA, and with some leftover parts and an Outlaw Pro modified competition. Garrett Richards elected to bring that back about 10 years ago, and has been a very potent combination here in the Pacific Northwest, as the massive injector hat on the top of the supercharger for that race car. Steve Horn from Burnaby, the conventional route style supercharged 41 Willys. Has been in various guises in pro modified competition, coming up on, hard to believe, for 20 plus years. Most recently had an extensive rebuild courtesy of the JS Power Sports team, and both race cars can go deep into the 3-second zone, as we'll see what kind of a baseline hit they're going to try and lay down in round number 1 of qualifying, with one more session coming up later on in the afternoon. Is Steve Horn turning on that bottom bulb, and well, he's going to have to wait a little bit as they are rushing the staging procedure on Richard's car in the Lordco lane, and we'll get ready to roll here in round number 1 of qualifying. Shuts off, no such troubles for Garrett Richards, straight to the number 1 spot. 385 with a 6 at 197 miles an hour, and a 596 with a 2 at 75 miles an hour early shutoff for Steve Horn of the JS Power Sports Willys. Is, by the looks of things, one more car to roll up underneath the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge to get ready for round number 1 of qualifying for the West Coast Pro Modifieds. That is going to be Nick Duda in that 1963 Corvette. So Garrett Richards to the number 1 qualifying spot so far with that 385 with a 6 is the final car in West Coast Pro Modified qualifying. Nick Duda getting ready to roll into the water box in that turbocharged 63 Vet that started out with the Stott family down south about 20 so years ago, and made its way up to run an Outlaw 10.5 competition. Now with the big tires on the back and the little turbocharged mouse motor for Nick Duda in the TCS lane. So Nick Duda backing up from the burnout. Top Fuel Harleys in the water box, getting ready for the next category to roll on with Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. And Nick Duda, the 2021 Door Wars winner. Tuned by Duda, getting backed up in his tire tracks for the burnout. And again, going to be the final car down the racetrack here in session number 1 of qualifying for the West Coast Pro Modifieds. So Garrett Richards again with the time to beat with that 385 with a 697 miles an hour, seeing if Nick Duda can get an A to B run under the books. The boost builds, bumps on that bottom bulb. And that thing was tracking straight towards the center line. Nick Duda wisely shuts it off, coasts his way to a 7-11 with the 6 at only 63 miles an hour, and that is going to round things out for West Coast Pro Modified qualifying session number 1 with Garrett Richards at the top with that 385 in the second to last pairing.
One of 2 cars to get into the 3-second bracket. Dave Kowalski, the only other driver to do so. From there, those are really the only 2 clean passes we had down the racetrack. Otherwise, everybody had problems of some form or another. Tom Koenig has the 3rd place, almost a second off of Kowalski's time with a 4.78, but that car definitely capable of more. We roll to Top Fuel Harleys. Pete Wall going up against Nate Gagnol. For Gagnol, it's a Rad Toy Systems, ShotMyRate.ca, Comox Valley Excavating, Canadian. He is a 10 times Canadian champion and a European champion of 2012, running the Sonic V60 engine. Burnout's complete. The Harleys, of course, the big runners. Nate Gagnol took that Top Fuel Harley to a win for the Lightning Loafers Old Time Drags. Looking to do the same at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. Gagnol lifting out of the throttle, but for Pete Wall, he is straight through to the quarter. 6.78 with the 7, 211 miles an hour. Gagnol goes 7.76 at 119, had to lift just shy of 1,000 feet. But Pete Wall so far with a benchmark for a 6.78 top end of the racetrack. And of course, you got Jim Schellenberg coming up next on the left side of the racetrack. So the Rip It Up racing machine, the Jim Schellenberg, ready to rumble. Going up against the Fast Lane Racing rider of Austin, Christopher. Also wanted to thank, of course, Ron How Neat, Great White North, Cold Water Spirits Limited, Red Line Oil, Road End Farms, and Braided Sport Fishing. Austin Christopher, of course, brought his Pro Mod bike out here as well. Was making some wicked passes on that thing during the test and tune day. Jim Schellenberg right by the wall, and he is struggling to keep it out of it. He was able to go through 751, but definitely feathering the throttle from about half track onward. Austin Christopher, though, 660 with an 8, and that will shoot him to the number 1 qualifying spot, 221 miles an hour. So Christopher, it's not just the Pro Mod bikes that he can absolutely wrangle underneath them, as he'll take number 1 so far in Top Fuel Harley. Stolen away from Nate Gagnon as well at the Langley Loafers Old Time Drags. So for Austin Christopher, looking like it's going to be a very productive day. That'll leave Damian Cowden, the last Nitro Harley to run for the first round of qualifying. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need Outlaw 275 to the lanes. MDA Fabrication Outlaw 275 to the lanes. Limited Street and Real Street, you are on standby. So Damian Cowden, that machine sounding a lot better. Well, it was for the burnout at least, as he's gonna idle his way down track for the Parker Johnson Maxim machine Top Fuel Harley. So Cowden, not the run he was hoping for, but there's a start. He was able to get a decent burnout going at least. Now he's just got to worry about getting it down track. So for the Nitro Harleys, that is it for Q1. We roll into Pro Mod Bike. So Steve Abusini going up against Matt McKay-Smith for the first pass in qualifying for Pro Mod Bike. You'll, of course, have the PRP Automotive Phoenix over here tower side, and the MTMM Performance and Lordco Auto Parts Suzuki on the far side. Matt McKay-Smith out on a flyer, 669, 206 miles an hour from McKay-Smith, and Abusini aborting his run early on. He'll be coasted up towards the top end. Now here's Rob Aston, officially now with one of the fastest street tire bikes in Canada. Set that record back at Door Wars for The Cure. Sponsored by Zen Customs Homes on that Hayabusa, going up against Glenn Frazier in the Suzuki. So Glenn Frazier, Rob Aston. Looking like this might turn into a single as Glenn Frazier backing his bike up. Rob Aston ready to stage it up. This bike is capable of making some wicked passes if he can get that back tire to hook up. Spins up the wheels off the hitch, trying to climb through the gears, not sounding terribly pretty, but he'll do his darndest. Goes 851, 179 miles an hour for Rob Aston. So with Glenn Frazier still struggling with his machine, we'll bring up Gary Christopher, a 7-time CMDRA champion, running that Kawasaki with a 1,428cc motor, going up against Scott Richardson. His first ever season on that Pro Mod bike. So that thing is brand new, and boy, you can tell. Austin Christopher on that 114 on the Thursday tested tune was setting runs well into the 6s. So Gary Christopher ready to send the Kawasaki down track. Richardson with a little bit of body English. Meanwhile, Christopher, 657, 202 miles an hour for Gary Christopher. Scott Richardson, 748 at 186. Not a bad run considering it's his first season on the bike. So we got the fuel-altered cars ready to rumble. Red Dragon and Hellfire 2 getting set to line on up. So with that, we are going to turn things over to our opening ceremonies. Before we get to that, just want to make a quick announcement with the Door Slammers that your ladder will be posted on Marcy's trailer in 5 minutes. Door Slammers, your ladder will be posted at your trailer in 5 minutes. And a big reminder that everybody is going to be running on the ladder today. So Hellfire 2 ready to rumble, and of course Red Dragon right alongside him. I see the Not So Funny car back there, and just behind them, Pyromaniac and the Tomahawk Jet Funny car. Ready for their double hit. This is what you guys have saved that lunch money for. This is what you guys came out to see. It's the big show. And right behind them, plenty of Milron Truck Body Outlaw 275 cars. So with all of this said and done, we ask that you please remove your hats and please rise for the United States of America National Anthem. Please remain standing for the Canadian National Anthem.
Well, just like that, your first two fuel alters are fired and ready to go underneath the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge. Tom Padilla, out of Arlington, Washington, the 1927 T-Bucket, the Red Dragon. Veteran fuel altered competitor up against Jason Petit out of Benton City, Washington. The Fiat-bodied Hellfire 2 in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. Fuel alters, integral part of drag racing history through the mid-1960s before their popularity was kind of eclipsed by that of the Nitro Funny car, but still have their spot in the hearts of drag racing fans. And the modern iterations with the classic bodies is essentially a funny car chassis without the overhang in the case of Tom Padilla's that you'll usually see from a modern-day NHRA Nitro Funny car. In fact, Tom also has run this exact same chassis motor combination with a nostalgia funny car body, but has switched in the last 10 or so years to primarily running the Red Dragon as a fuel-altered up against Jason Petit, taking out the win at Spokane a few weekends ago during their Nitro Jam weekend in the Hellfire 2. Fiat Topolino, as both racers are pre-staged, ready to go for the first pair of fuel alternates. Driving it out the back door, how about a 598 with a 236 miles an hour for Tom Padilla, and the crew likes that one, as Jason Petit legs it out to a 608 with a 217 miles an hour. Car kind of started laboring right as they went through the 1,000-foot timing blocks, and still goes 608. But how about a 5-second run for Tom Padilla? 598 with a 236 miles per hour for the Red Dragon team out of Arlington, Washington. So the crew getting ready to roll down the return road to pick up their driver. How about making some noise, Mission Raceway Park, for Jason Petit's team as well as Tom Padilla's team getting ready to go pick up their drivers at the top end of the racetrack after side-by-side fuel altereds here at Mission Raceway Park for Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. Next car getting ready to roll into the water box here just as soon as we got the signal that the top end is clear. That is going to be Shane Harder out of Wenatchee, Washington. The 1932 Ford, the not-so-funny fuel altered over in the Lordco lane.
598.
So Tom Padilla just double-checking, getting both ends of the Mission Raceway Park fuel altered track record. 614 with a 3.232, the incoming track record set by Nasty Dave Benjamin back in 2006. Tom Padilla, the first ever 5-second fuel altered pass in the history of Mission Raceway Park, as here comes Shane Harder. Shane with a whole lot of nitromethane. Heard this thing runs about 99%, and that is what the cackle, the distinctly different and raw engine note is for Shane Harder's not-so-funny 32 Ford, as he'll back up the deuce and get ready to roll down the Lordco lane.
So you were talking about this guy's warm-up in the pits. I have never seen a cloud as yellow as the cloud that he created.
That is something that it completely filled the awning. It was probably impossible for half of them to breathe down there for Shane Harder. And the Harder team actually has been running Double B Funny Cars. Northwest Double B Funny Car Association going to be coming to Mission Raceway Park on the September 6th through the 7th weekend for the National Open. And that is where Shane made the step up from nostalgia alcohol funny car racing to the snap, crackle, and pop of nitromethane.
Here we go.
Well, John got about to the 300-foot mark, and then we saw why fuel altereds have been a fan favorite, because these things are hard to control with a whole lot of power and a whole little lacking wheelbase with these race cars.
Absolutely. AAFA, they say the AA stands for awful, awful.
Those awful, awful fuel altereds. Great to see him back here at Mission Raceway Park, as we'll make the call for golf carts to clear the area, as well as anybody behind the Lordco Bridge. As we've got our jet cars rolling underneath the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge. That is also a call for everybody to clear off of the bridge itself. So again, we'll make sure that everybody is cleared out of the way as we get ready for our jet funny cars to roll up to the ready line.
No, I'm going to say great opening round for these AA fuel altereds. Great side-by-side pair, rather. Richard Harder, or Shane Harder, rather. Making a great attempt. Could not go A to B on this pass, but we'll have him back up in a few hours or thereabouts. Now side-by-side jet cars. Here's where we make the smoke, the fire, and the thunder.
First chance to do so this weekend with all three elements in play, and how good is it to see side-by-side jet funny cars back here at Mission Raceway Park. Is Derek Snelson in the Lordco lane, the Tomahawk jet funny car up against the Pyromaniac Richard Smith out of Oregon, As Richard making the step up into Jet Funny Car competition this year, debuting the Pyromaniac, the Chevy Beretta body, and has been traveling throughout the Pacific Northwest, both these cars at the NHRA Northwest Nationals in July, and have had an extensive summer schedule, hitting up multiple racetracks and running in pairs throughout the Pacific Northwest.
So it's a little bit of a process to fire these things up. We're going to witness that upcoming right here.
So Derek Snelson and the Tomahawk team, originally from Alaska, and then now running their drag strip just outside of Yakima is what Derek has transitioned into doing. And Richard Smith, as we mentioned, stepping up into Jet Funny Car competition. Only a handful of these cars that compete throughout the Pacific Northwest and all throughout of North America. And two of them right here at Mission Raceway Park is, again, getting ready to get the starters fired up on these machines, connected, and get through that lengthy process that we mentioned with John to make sure that these motors turn over and fire up. Is Jet car action getting ready here at Mission Raceway Park. The first pass of the weekend. They're going to have another one coming up a little bit later on in the afternoon, but all attention on the starting line right now as the Jet Funny cars getting ready to fire up.
So I've been fortunate enough over the years to witness jet cars here at Mission numerous times. For the most part, I watch them from up here in the tower. And there's a little bit of a scary aspect to doing that. If you've never been up in this tower, you probably would not believe how much windows can bend. Because when these guys start making some noise, these big windows up here in the tower in front of us get rocking. I'm going to say they move easily 2 inches. I always thought that glass did not bend, but apparently I was wrong.
We talk a lot about the noise that they make. Well, let's have a little contest. Let's see if the crowds can make more noise than 2 jet cars. I doubt it, but hey, doesn't hurt to try.
So here we go. They start off kind of quiet. So as Cole mentioned, Richard Smith, somewhat of a newcomer to the Jet Funny Car game. Derek Snelson, on the other hand, over there in the right lane, has been doing this a long time. So we see a little bit of fire coming out of the Tomahawk over there in the right lane. Spools it up a little bit. Pyromaniac, tower side of the racetrack. And the Tomahawk. Over there, Lordco side of the racetrack. All right. The Pyromaniac making a little noise down there. Couple of soft hits. So it appears as though this is going to be a single by Richard Smith in the Pyromaniac. Got the car pre-staged, staged up. Here comes the tree. Oh yeah, baby.
Yeah, right down Broadway. 601, 264 miles an hour.
So nice looking run for Richard Smith to open things up here. 200. The Tomahawk team over there in the Lordco lane, you can tell by the body language, they are just as disappointed as we all are. They were looking forward to making a pass down the Lordco side of the titanium strip here at Mission Raceway Park, but it was not to be. So hopefully they'll be able to take it back to the pit, get things sorted out, and we'll see them back up here in a couple or 3 hours or so. But congrats going out to Richard Smith and the Pyromaniac team. Nice job, guys. A to B, getting it done here at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. So, folks, I do believe we've got the lanes stuffed full of X275 cars. So the show will continue, and we will see the fuel altereds along with the jet cars back up here. Originally, they were planned for 3 p.m. to be making their second hit. Well, the first hit got pushed back a little, so I can only assume the same would happen to the second hit. But we'll say 3 or 4 o'clock, something like that. In the meantime, as I was mentioning, we've got X275 cars in the lanes. Lots of great stuff coming up following them. Lunch is on over at the Half Track Snack Shack. Nolan, you mentioned we've got a beer garden today. Where is that?
That is located right near the Half Track Snack Shack. So if you're headed down that way, it's not too far off.
So again, trackside. Ice cold beer trackside. All right, Nolan, I'm going to leave this up to you guys. They're going to be doing a little bit of track prep before we see the next pair of cars go down the track, but will only be momentarily. Trust me.
Thank you, John, and best of luck in your eliminations. Come on up before too long. So Milron Truck Body Outlaw 275 just around the corner. There is a healthy amount of them as well.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
Taking care of your car is a responsibility. It ensures the long life of your car and its expensive components. That's why Lucas Oil takes automotive protection so seriously. Lucas heavy-duty oil stabilizer bonds with motor oil to shield engines from heat and wear. So take pride in caring for your car, and pass that pride and knowledge to the next generation for years of smooth, reliable driving on the long road ahead. Trust Lucas Oil. It works.
So here we go. We roll into Milron Truck Body, Outlaw 275. We kick it off with the Cream Dream. Neil Richards in the Zephyr, racing Justin Gallant. The Lil Bruiser Mustang, sponsored by Loop Research. Those guys, Rods and Customs, Lordco Racing, Badass Garage, Edelbrock, and Precision Turbo. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Limited street to lanes 5 and 6. Limited street lanes 5 and 6. So Neil Richards pre-stage, Justin Gallant bumping in. And Gallant doesn't leave. Well, he doesn't leave on time at least. Neil Richards 460 with a 5, and Gallant goes 435. So a bit tardy on the line, but Gallant still takes the #1 qualifying spot with a 435 with a 3 at 170 miles an hour. So Chris Brenton will bring out the SMC race cars. Chevy going up against Kurt Thompson, winner of No Prep 6, 7, and 8. Here's 1968 Camaro. So pre-staging both cars. Thompson's pre-stage, Brenton bumping in. How about another pair of good ones? 450 with a 3, 161 miles an hour. Kurt Thompson 476. That'll put them second and fourth on the qualifying sheets respectively. So we have now the next pair running down track. Tyler Stambler bringing it up in the Lordco lane. That truck blew the drive shaft out of it just last year at this very event. And Eric McCarthy bringing up the SMC Race Cars Mustang. So while we are shutting it down for just a quick moment, just want to remind everybody there's not supposed to be any spectating from the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge. We have signs all along that repeat this. So again, no spectating on the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge, period. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We need Jerry's OK Tire, Real Street to lanes 5 and 6. Real Street, come on up, lanes 5 and 6. So again, we have called Jerry's OK Tire, Real Street to lanes 5 and 6, and we are now going to be putting junior classes on a standby for first round of eliminations. Juniors, this is your standby for first round of eliminations. So Eric McCarthy going up against Tyler Stamler. So the 1987 Ford Mustang going up against the 2000 Chevy S10. McCarthy shook up the wheels, something fierce, just spinning them constantly on the line. Tyler Stamler, 454, number 3 qualifier for Tyler Stamler. Eric McCarthy will slot into the bottom of the boards at a 701 at 142. Bring up Bob Cook. The China White 1993 Ford F-150 facing off against Chris Gould in the CG Automotive Mustang for the first round of qualifying. Bob Cook moving towards the center line. Chris Gould moving towards the wall. Gould goes 563, 143 miles an hour. Cook 887 and 46. So we will bring up Jeff Whitworth and Sean Letson. The Precise Mechanic on 1988 Mustang going up against the 1987 Mustang. So pair of Fox bodies ready to take it down track once again as we continue to march on through Milrod Truck Body Outlaw 275. Another pair of good ones, 475 and a 509. That will put Jeff Whitworth into the 6th place qualifying spot, with Sean Letson getting into 7th just behind. So crew is just going out, checking out one of the photo cells. Folks, how about this? Look at all that blue sky. This morning, we had a little bit of a weather hold for about 30 minutes in the morning, and it is blue skies. The weather tried so hard to put a damper on this weekend. It tried so hard to put a damper on this day. We are out here, though, showing the weather. We will not be beaten today. Long smoky burnout for Daniel Rodriguez. The Boo Malibu going up against Parm Jawanda. 10 Specialty Automotive, Milron Truck Body, McGraw Metalworks, Westar Trailer, SD Performance, and Color Compass. 1981 Malibu sporting 598 cubic inches of big block Chevy motor, going up against the Jawanda Motorsports Night Shift Mustang. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior Street, we need Junior Street to lanes 3 and 4. Junior Street to lanes 3 and 4 for your first round of eliminations. Junior Thunder, Junior Lightning, you're on standby. So Street to lanes 3 and 4 for first round eliminations. Thunder and Lightning, you are on standby. So Rodriguez purging the nitrous. Parm Jawanda looking to get in alongside. .458, 155 miles an hour. Jawanda goes 459 at 159. That is good enough for two very respectable times within the top 5 of Outlaw 275. box. It is going to be a single, and this looks like this could close out Outlaw 275 qualifications for Q1. It's Mandy Brooks for the Ken Specialty and Diversified Metalworks Chevy Malibu. Down track goes 5:15, 147 miles an hour, but was struggling to get off the line. So that is only going to be good enough for a spot further down the order. And we will have one more. All right, so a bit of a wild card here. Peter Lacanis bringing up Jason Fields' Gen 3 Speed JS Power Sports door slammers. Although Lacanis running under the Transport Logistics colors, that is a 1971 Nova. The tires are small enough to run an Outlaw 275, but this is a car that we have historically seen running a lot in Canada West door slammers. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sweeney, Junior Dragsters to the lanes. Junior Dragsters to the lanes. Junior Dragsters to the lanes. Thunder to 1, Lightning to 2. Once again, that is Thunder to lane 1, Lightning to lane 2. So Peter Lacanis taking the radial flyer down track 520 goes 139 miles an hour. And that will roll us into Limited Street. Vanessa Richards bringing up the Hawaii 5.0 Fox body for Fastlane Nitrous Systems, Western Gas, Gulf Race Fuels, Gen 3 Speed, Kelowna Chevrolet, Precision Concepts, Legacy Tire and Auto, Jim Clipperton, and Angle Plug Racing. It's Max Nielsen alongside the Mustang. Nielsen went out in a shock semifinal round at Door Wars 12. Looking to have a better outing this time by. Richards goes 5:23, 133 miles an hour. Max Nielsen 5:15 at 136. Bring up Matt Robert, bring up Josh Collin, the Arkin Solutions Camaro, racing against the On Point Performance Wagon. So Josh Collin spinning up the wheels a little bit, but still goes 5:79. Matt Robert with a 5:30 with the 9 goes up to the number 3 qualifying spot. So third and fourth. Brad Thomas up on a single for the Lordco Auto Parts and JB Autocore Mustang. Yet another Fox body. Limited Street always packed full of them. 5:19, 134, just 4 hundredths off of the number 1 qualifying spot. So Brad Thomas goes to number 2 in Rocco's Diner Limited Street. So Pat Hearn going to be making a licensing pass, but if this licensing pass goes without a hitch, this would put him on the ladder. So this could double as a licensing and a qualifying pass if it goes off without a hitch. Well, it's a solid launch. And he'll go 5:59, 128 miles an hour. So Lance Churchuk brings up the muscle cars at the strip, battle of the brands, and Miles of the Mayhem winning Plymouth Duster going up against Jan Christensen in a 1970 Z28. We roll into Jerry's OK Tire, Real Street. Down track, Christensen, 10:81, 119 miles an hour. He is currently the benchmark runner. Churchuk, 11:58 with a Ford, 113. Rob Monroe Jr., Bobby Ehlers, the next pair up. The Gibson Racing Tires Horizon painted auto body. SD Performance Acadian goes 10:53, 125 miles an hour. Bobby Ehlers 10:31 at 129. So that propels them easily to the number 1 and the number 2 qualifying spots. We'll move on to Gary Nelson and Joel Smith. Nelson way out in front. And the Miles of Mayhem, Small Kitty, Hellcat going at a 10:03, 139 miles an hour. Smith for the Zapstrap Racing Pontiac goes 11:77 at 112. Gary Nelson goes to the number 1 qualifying spot with that last pass. Bring up Robert Kleinbeekman and Rob Monroe Sr. The Londonderry Outlaws Bandit Chevelle against the White Knuckle Racing Model A. So Monroe to the number 1 qualifier by about 1.2 seconds. And that will take us back to the Real Street Runners. Rob Getz and Ryan Ledre. Rob Getz going to have to hustle around to get back for the junior street eliminations for Sophia. Ledre off and away. And the Muffler Tech Tire and Automotive Chevelle to the top end. 11.5. Rob Getz 11.91. Scott Kolodechuk goes 10.77, 128 miles an hour. With that, we have finally completed our first rotation of all the classes. Only took about 4 or 5 hours thereabouts. But hey, lots of racing still yet to come. First round eliminations for the juniors just around the corner. So while we got a moment, just want to once again thank all of the racers for coming on out and sticking with us through the weekend. I want to give a big thank you as well to all of the spectators that have come on out. You guys have been awesome so far today on showing your enthusiasm and your appreciation for being able to cram in such an aggressive program into today. We'll bring up the first pair in Junior Thunder. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Canada West Door Slammers, Canada West Door Slammers, this is your 10-minute standby call. Door Slammers, this is your 10-minute standby call. So Emily dials in a 912 for the White Lightning Racing, Lordco Auto Parts, Lordco TNT Pioneer Truck and Trailer Junior Dragster. Adel alongside dials in an 892 for KLJ Holdings, Eldorado, and Peter Moore Performance World. And a double breakout will throw it the way of Adeline, but that is, of course, after a red light from Emily. When 18th out red on the tree. So Emily, our first eliminated driver of the day. Hunter T and Grayson M, the next pair up. The JBS Equipment Junior Dragster dials in 894. The Ultra Tune Automotive Junior Dragster dials in at 890. .894 to a 990. Grayson M leaving with almost a 1 second head start. Boy, Grayson M just could not get that car staged up, so Hunter T on the free pass into the next round. Bring up Owen, 1422 and 1396 for the dials. Owen bringing it up for Badass Garage, Home Ass teaming with a creative chassis under his machine. Dallas running for TKO Hot Rods and Rieger Workplace Safety Solutions. Both racers on the line. Roll on through Peden Industries Junior Thunder. Slow roll to the top end, and this one goes the way of Owen. So the Badass Garage Home Masters team, Creative Chassis Dragster moving on, while Dallas is going to be sent packing for the first round in Junior Thunder. We bring up Natanya and Nate. Peterson Fabrication, Pro Power Management, Van Ross Services, Big Rig Collection with Stitches by Shereen. G2 Consultant, B&D Motorsports Dragster dials in 896 to Nate from Global Containers Limited, dialed in at 890. Tanya goes 9-11 at 64 miles an hour, and that'll be enough for the win. Hanging on against Nate. Nate could not get around her as that race won on a hole shot. Nate down to the tree by about 2/10 on a Tanya for that last pass. That'll bring up Alex. It'll bring up April. The Global Containers Dragster dials in 12:01 to April for JBS Equipment. Dials in directly at 890. So Alex and April down track, and Alex will take it as April breaks out by just 2 thou under the mark. So Alex lucking his way in around number 2 of eliminations. That'll bring up Bentley and Hunter. Titanium Auto Group, Up Speed Shop, Napa Auto Parts, Peter Industries, Lucas Oil, Badass Garage, and Heatwave. Dials in at 890 for the half-scale dragster. Hunter G brings out the machine for BDL Automotive. DMV, Bill Ron, Truck Body, Super Steve's and Rocket Coatings dialed in an 890. Heads up race. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Canada West Door Slammers, we need you to lanes 5 and 6. Canada West Door Slammers, come on up. Lanes 5 and 6. And that is exclusively Group A. Hasty correction on that. Canada West Door Slammers, Group A only to lanes 5 and 6. Groups B and C stand firm. Group A to lanes 5 and 6. Top end. By 11th thou, it's Hunter G. Bentley couldn't get around him. So quick attention notice out there in the pits. Reminder again for that 10-mile-an-hour speed limit. 10 miles an hour shouldn't be going any faster than 10 miles an hour. As well as that, if you are under the age of 16, you should not be riding or driving anything with wheels. This is included, but not limited to skateboards, rollerblades, scooters, bicycles, pit bikes, golf carts. If you are not at least 16 years old, you cannot be driving or riding anything with wheels in the pits. This again, for your own safety. Bring up Jack or bring up Nash. 1390 to a 1283. Jack goes in with a 14 thou margin of victory as Nash could not get around him at the top end. So we'll bring up the next pair. It'll be Ashton for TK Performance and Lordco Auto Parts. Ashton brings it up, and he'll take that one by a pretty healthy margin. A good half a second back to his opponent. So Ashton moving into the next round. Wesley and Adam bring it on up. 990 to an 890. The Fountain Tire, Chilliwack, Sea to Sky, Law, Lordco, Auto Parts, and Badass Garage. Junior Dragster dials in 1 second slower than Adam for TK Performance and Lordco Auto Parts. Expecting Adam to take his traditional feathering of the throttle. Quick correction on the dial. The slight correction on the dials. Both cars dial in at 890. Wesley goes 896, and that comes after Adam goes under by 23 thou. So Wesley is going to be moving on into the next round. Adam is sent packing. Page and Kate is the next pair up, 1130 to an 898. The Sasuke Ready Mix Machine, tower side on the right-hand side. It's Ken Specialty Auto, Ernie Speed Shop, and Grandpa Joe being represented on that creative dragster. Well, Paige without a good launch and won't get a time at all, looking like she may have got timed out. Cadence will be moving on into the next round of competition. Tough break for Paige right out of the gate. So that does it for round number 1 of Junior Thunder competition. We are getting set to roll into Junior Lightning. It's Paige's car losing fire. They're going to back it up and get set to rumble again. So we roll in the Junior Lightning. Titanium Auto Group, JVS Equipment, Huddleston Dragster dials in at 797. Lincoln, of course, with the bye run into the semifinal round with only 7 cars in competition. 796, 82 miles an hour for Lincoln. We get set to continue on through the first round of the Junior Lightning eliminations. We bring up Nick, we bring up Abigail. The JBS equipment machine dials in 793. Abby dials in 799. For Lordco Auto Parts, Pioneer Truck and Trailer, TNT Auto Parts, and Walco. So Door Slammers Group A, we have called you to the lanes. Door Slammers Group A, you should already be making your way on down. Please be punctual. We are still fighting an aggressive program. Door Slammers Group A, we need you in the lanes for your first round eliminations. First round of eliminations for Junior Lightning. That one goes the way of Nick, as Abigail going to break out by about 0.04 of a second. So Nick takes it into round number 2. Next up, it's Connor. The TKO Hot Rods, Fitness Lab, Panther Auto Glass, Albion, Tireland, Lordco Auto Parts, Mike Boss Dragster dials in 791. McKenna for JBS Equipment dials in 805. Pay attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Door Slammers Group B, we need you in the staging lanes. Door Slammers Group B, we need you in the staging lanes ASAP. Door Slammers Group B, we need you in the lanes. Group C, remain on standby, be ready to go. So one of these drivers will face off against Lincoln in the semifinal round. Top end, give it to Connor. Another breakout on the right lane. McKenna got there first, but went under by 0.07 in doing so. So Connor continues to move on to round number 2 into the semifinals. We're going to be going up for Isabella for DeSilva Auto World, Kenco, and Quality Manufactured Homes. 1,890 compared to Lexi for the Bowtie Ventures Hobo Racing Machine, dialed in at 805. And this time a breakout in the left lane, and Isabella only 1,000th of a second under the dial. So Lexi will be moving on into the semifinals to face off against Abby, and that will do it for Junior Lightning and the first round of eliminations. Now it's a licensing pass. So we will roll into Junior Street for first round of eliminations. It is Jordan and Riker going up against one another. Pontiac Firebird over here, tower side. Dials in 969 to Riker's 9 seconds dead on. Riker turns on the red light. So he is not going to be able to make an appearance in round number 2. Jordan will be moving on into the second round. Dallas brings the overtime repair Snorg of Canada. Honda Civic dials in 1001. Jenna, Speed and Industries and Winter Harbor Marina and RV dials in 1079 for the Tahoe. Well, Dallas struggling to get off the line in his Honda Civic. And that's going to hand this one over to Jenna on a silver platter. Except it won't, because she throws it away by breaking out by almost a full 1/10 of a second. Going to show it's not always one on the starting line. It's sometimes one up at the top end as well. Dallas getting a huge break there into round number 2. Bring up defending champion Tyler. Dials in 1096. Bring up Jack. Dialed in at 1115. And a double breakout. Jack got there first, but he went under by almost a 1/10 and a half. Tyler takes this one into the next round of competition. Bring up Sophia. Bring up Addison. Ford F-250 going up against the Magnum. 9 seconds dead on for Sophia. Addison dialed in at 1194. So this diesel pickup can have some pretty hefty launches. And it made it about an 858 pass in qualifying. They're already bumped in. And they're not going to, oh boy. Addison not going to be able to stage the car above right through the beams. Sophia to the next round. And that'll bring us up for Taryn and James, the last, second to last vehicles in Junior Street. Taryn wanted to give thanks to Neil Smith at Peden Industries ahead of this pass. 10:05 to the 2013 Nissan's 980. Very soft launch for the pickup. And that'll give this one pretty easily to Taryn. So Taryn takes that one into the next round. And that'll simply bring up Josephine, who will be taking this one to the quarterfinals with the bye. So you can see the track rotators, the track scrubbers, the track draggers, whatever you happen to call them. They are about to prep this track up for the Canada West Door Slammers in their first round of eliminations. If you want to get a snack, now is a great time to do it before we get things sorted for one of the fastest bracket classes that you can find at Mission Raceway Park. So attention all you folks in the stands, if you wanted to get a feel of what it's like to run in the drift car, check out the Drift to Gift event. That's taking place at the spectator side, top end of the racetrack, down on the road course. It is, of course, sponsored by the Variety Charity. You can hop on into the car, pay a quick buck, and they will be more than happy to take you for a drift ride along. Tell you what, I can't fit in those cars. I had to hold my head at a 45-degree angle when I went out and did that at Door Wars. But it is definitely worth it. It is an experience like no other. You'd be shocked how much they seem to have those cars on rails, despite being pinned at a 30-degree angle with the throttle wide open. Could not recommend it enough. As well as that, we got Mission Fire and Rescue on the property on the tower side. They are, of course, running the muscular dystrophy boot drive right now. The goal of that, try to fill up a whole boot with money. And then they donate that to the Muscular Dystrophy Canada Foundation. There we go. I got it out of my mouth eventually. Can get a little tongue-tied with those words. But yeah, Mission Fire Rescue on the property, and they are more than happy to see if you can't go and fill that boot up with cold hard cash so they can donate that to the Muscular Dystrophy Canada Foundation.
At home with the live feed.
The little Ford Ranger, the Vanishing One stunt team.
And the wind light association here looking for that outside line.
We are going to ramp it up big time from here.
Expecting pro competition. A beauty.
$2,500 cash winning drive.
Really awesome. Share the replay provided by Valley Tech Production Group.
This is just the beginning, folks.
is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
Taking care of your car is a responsibility. It ensures the long life of your car and its expensive components. That's why Lucas Oil takes automotive protection so seriously. Lucas heavy-duty oil stabilizer bonds with motor oil to shield engines from heat and wear. So take pride in caring for your car and pass that pride and knowledge to the next generation for years of smooth, reliable driving on the long road ahead. Trust Lucas Oil. It works.
Devin Jansen dials in at 850. Running the 565 big block Chevy Nova, going up against Mark Thompson at the Marvel Racing. Studebaker dials in 750. Mark Thompson, oh boy, breaking out of the top end by 5/10 thousandths of a second. That is such a tough break for Mark Thompson. Devin Jansen moving on into round number 2. That moves us on to the next pair. Jordan Almas going up against Otto Schulte for the still cruising Cavalier for Georgia Straight Line Collision. Almas breaks out of the top end by 7 thou. So Otto Schulte moves in around number 2. 2 for 2 on top end breakouts. So Jay Siverston brings up the JS Power Sports Black Betty, the Black Betty Canso, sorry, going up against Brad Powell and his STR Racing Chevelle. 740 to an 837. Oh, yeah. Siverston chasing after Brad Powell. Can he get around him at the corner? Oh, he does, but it's on a double breakout, which throws it back the way of Brad Powell in the right lane. So 3 for 3 on breakouts now in the first round of eliminations. Bring up Dale Phillips, bring up Frank Marcus. So the 1967 Shelby goes up against Frank Marcus, 775 to an 801. Oh no! Dale Phillips bumped right through the beams and he is going to be out in round number 1. Frank Marcus goes 802, 175 miles an hour. But big issues for Dale Phillips. So Darren Buick brings out the Evans Excavating Nova Dials and 860 to race Johnny West for the Kingsley Trucking and J&L Drive-In Lordco Auto Parts Chevy Bel Air. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Pro Modifieds, lanes 5 and 6. Pro Modifieds, come on up, lanes 5 and 6. Pro Mod, lanes 5 and 6 for your second qualifier. So Weston Buick down track, and that goes the way of Darren Buick on another double breakout. So Buick goes 3 thou under. Johnny West was 600ths under. So far, I've not had a single pass that has been decided at the quarter mile, with both cars staying above the dial. James Kennedy goes up now against Grant Howell, 694 to a 767. So as Kennedy and Howell fire down track, this time it'll go the way of Grant Howell because Kennedy breaks out by 0.08 of a second. This track is letting these cars hook up right now. Almost everybody so far has gone under the dial in some way, shape, or form. Bring up Kermit Doll, bring up Zach Joyce. 2 cars dialed in at 790. Well, it was supposed to be 2 at least. Kermit Doll looks like won't be able to make a hit, so Zach Joyce going to be out on his lonesome. Competition single and a free pass into round number 2. So Joyce on a single goes 790 with a 475 miles an hour. We'll bring up Ken Christensen and Paul Stretch. So Christensen takes his Chevy pickup, dials in at 830. Paul Stretch brings up the Mid-Island Engines Cavalier, dials in at 724. For the 638 cubic inch big block Chevy. Two green lights on this one. Somebody's carrying 2 10s in the back pocket. Paul Stretch out in front. Paul Stretch takes the win. So Paul Stretch knocks out Ken Christensen with a 2 thou reaction time on the tree. And that moves us to the next. Steve Lowe brings up the 1992 Pontiac Firebird, dials in 820 to Adam DeYoung's 824 in the Artex Racing Total Dairy Solutions Camaro. Adam DeYoung gets there first on a double breakout. He will take the win. Well, we're giving out double breakouts this round as if we're Oprah Winfrey out here. You get a double breakout. You get a double breakout. You get a double breakout. Everyone gets a double breakout. Bring up Paul Debris Jr. Bring up Scott Robinson. The straight line race cars and 6 electrical machine, dials in 850 to Scott Robinson for the AFD Petroleum Titanium Autograph Rad Torque Systems, AccuCut Lasers, JS Power Sports, and Postma Farms Beretta. Scott Robinson turns on the red light. Paul Debris Jr. moves on to the next round. Bring up Derek Shirk and Brian Ritchie, the Titanium Auto Group. Bubba Speed Shop Bel Air dials in at 760 to Brian Ritchie for the Ritchie Racing Engines. Greenlight Auto Sales Chevelle dials in 785. Two green lights. Brian Ritchie trying to stay out in front of Derek Shirk at the top end. He does. Brian Ritchie taking out the big dog himself. Derek Shirk's Bel Air sent packing in smoke, fire, and thunder. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need West Coast Pro Modifieds, lanes 5 and 6. West Coast Pro Modifieds, bring them on up, lanes 5 and 6. And Nitro Harleys, Top Fuel Harleys, bring them on up, lanes 1 and 2. Once again, that is West Coast Pro Modifieds, lanes 5 and 6. Top Fuel Harleys, lanes 1 and 2 for first round of eliminations. Henry Zacharias brings up the Zacharias Inventory Limited Corvette. Dials in 765. Paul Soares for the Soares Transportation 1995 Pontiac. Dials in at 810. Paul Soares up on about a 10th and a half on Henry Zacharias. Is that enough? Yes, it is. Paul Soares picks off Henry Zacharias at the top end of the racetrack. We'll move on to Gordy Abagouche, the Tommy Guns Barbershop Corvette, going up against Aiden Katnick for the TK Performance Lordco Auto Parts Mustang, 740 to an 843. Ada Katnick out in front. Oh, but breaks out by 9 thou. Abagouche will be going on to the next round on a lucky break after being down by about 0.3 of a second on the tree. Katnick got there way in front by but just 0.9 of a second. He is under the mark. Bring up Anthony Katnick, bring up Justin Bond. The TK Performance Lordco Auto Parts start. Dials in at 840. Justin Bond dials in at 766 for the JBS equipment. Moving up to the top end of the racetrack. And it's going to be Justin Bond moving on against Anthony Katnick. So Katnick is out and Bond is moving on to the next round. Rob Love and Dave Warren. 870 to a 783 as we set to fire down track once again. Next pair firing down track, and it's going to be Dave Warren moving on. Rob Love taking out Dave Warren, driving around the Blue Max Bel Air. So he takes it by about a tenth and a half, and we'll move on to Andy Hatton against Mike Supine. Andy Hatton and Mike Sabine ready to run down track for the next pair. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Pro Mod Bike, bring him on up. Pro Mod Bike, we need you up to the staging lanes. Pro Mod Bike, your turn to run. Pro Mod Bike, bring him on up for your second qualifier. Mike Supine going to be down and out after he took on the red light. Andy Hatton moves on into the next round. Red light star from Mike Kenworthy. Jason Field took that thing down track. Folks, put your hands together for the first round of eliminations for the Ken to the West Door Slammers. They'll be up soon enough for round number 2. We got West Coast Pro Modifieds. We got Top Fuel Harleys around the corner. Pro Modifieds coming up for their second qualifying hit for the Harleys. It'll be the first round of eliminations. Big shout out as well to all the folks watching along from home or abroad on MRP Lordco TV. Almost 500 viewers across YouTube and Facebook right now. So a big welcome wherever you happen to be watching us from. We got Promons underneath the bridge. Garrett Richards set to fire up his car. He, of course, took the win down at Door Wars 12. And he currently stands as the #1 qualifier, one of just 2 cars to get into the 3-second bracket so far. 7 cars have tried to qualify. Your order currently sits as Garrett Richards, Dave Kowalski, Tom Katnick, Jacob Skosilas, Steve Horn, Jim Duda, and Ryan Griffin. All but the top 2 have had problems in some way, shape, or form trying to get off the line. So we'll see how this is going to pan out for the second round of qualifying. Truck's got some more life in it, as evidenced by that door slammer round. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Sorry, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We need Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket to the lanes. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, come on up to the lanes. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, we need you in the lanes. Garrett Richards and Tom Katnick ready to rumble. That's a much better pass. Tom Katnick goes 451, 165 miles an hour. He'll improve on his time, not in this position, but Garrett Richards goes 388 at a $196 to the 8th mile mark. Good showing there for Garrett Richards. He will stay in the #1 qualifying spot for the time being. We'll see if Dave Kowalski can have an answer for him. Dave Kowalski currently lined it on up over here on the Lordco side of the racetrack. He's going up against Ryan Griffin. Now, Griffin was not able to get off the line at all the last time by. Ended up with a 21-second time. He is currently at the bottom of the qualifying sheets and looking to see if he's going to be able to make a good run of it. So Griffin bringing it up for the Airport Glass DRG Fencing 1967 Mustang. Again, went out round 1 at Door Wars 12 and trying to see if he can get a good outing here this afternoon. Meanwhile, the Dayco Ventures 2015 Corvette brings it up alongside with 521 cubic inches of blown Hemi motor under the hood. Ryan Griffin pre-stages, Dave Kowalski bumping in just alongside him. Whoa, big wheel shake there for Kowalski, trying to pedal through it, and he's going to get the job done. 418, 177 miles an hour. A wild ride, but can't improve, but Ryan Griffin sure will. How about that for Griffin? 391, 195 miles an hour, and that pumps him straight into the number two qualifying spot. Good show there for Ryan Griffin. Hundredths of a second ahead of Dave Kowalski and still sitting about 6 hundredths behind Garrett Richards in the number one spot, but that's a really healthy pass there for Ryan Griffin. Was lacking a lot of those at Door Wars 12, looking like he's got some of those bugs finally figured out. So Jacob Skosilas fires up the blue 2017 Corvette going up against Nick Duda. So Skosilas going up against the Performance World Corvette of Nick Duda. Skosilas currently sits 5th place on the qualifying sheets, a 485. Nick Duda down in last right now with a 7-second time. Boy. Well, Skosilas shuts it off early, and Nick Duda will breeze through, goes 470 with a 5, 118 miles an hour. Either car making it to half track. So Nick Duda will put himself, that should actually slide him right into 5th place. Got about a 10th and a half up on Skosilas, and Skosilas is going to have to stand on his Q1 time. So Eric Horvath will bring up the 1968 Pontiac. Horvath did not make a hit in the first round of qualifying for West Coast Pro Modified, so trying to make a hit now, going up against Steve Horn for the JS Power Sports and SLR Rentals Willys from 1941. So both cars backing up towards the stage beams. Steve Horn is locked in and ready to go. So the Firebird staging up the Willys. We'll bring it up in the Lordco side. Steve Horn currently entering round number 2 of qualifying. Bottom of the list, 596. Oh, to the center line, doesn't keep it off the groove. Look out, he's gonna just barely get out of it. Hangs on for a 391 with a 5 by 2 thou. He is into the number 2 qualifying spot. Great job for Steve Horn as he gets the job done with a 391 at 188 miles an hour. Eric Horvath, he will look to put himself in at a very solid 485 with a 4, but that is only going to be good enough for the 7th spot. So that'll do it for West Coast Pro Modifieds. We're up for the Harleys. So we got the Top Fuel Harleys. We start with Austin Christopher. Five bikes will be entered on the ladder, and Austin Christopher for Fast Lane Racing, Ron How Neat, Great White North, Cold Water Spirits Limited, Redline Oil, and Road End Farms, along with Braden Sport Fishing. He's got the bye run with one hell of a pass in his qualifying effort. So the bye run ready to fire down track. Austin Christopher with a wild ride in his first qualifying effort. Now for the bye run in the eliminations. Right down the center of the groove, 660 with a 7 at 217 miles an hour. A great ride for Austin Christopher, just shy of his Q1 time. And our first competition pass coming on up into the water box. So Jim Schellenberg and Nate Gagnol will be the next pair up. Big Kids Racing representing over here Tower side, and it is, of course, Rip It Up Racing on the Lordco side. One of them will face Austin Christopher in the semifinal round. So Gagnol, running under the colors of Rad Torque Systems, ShopMyRate.ca, Comox Valley Excavating, a 10-time Canadian champion and a one-time champion over in Europe. That was back in 2012. A Sonic V60 motor underneath Gagnol. Staged it up with Jim Schellenberg, two of the absolutely most insane Harley racers on the property. How about that? Look at the run! 641, 215 miles an hour. Nate Gagnol will move to the semis. A valiant effort from Jim Schellenberg, 678 at 212. But it is going to be all Gagnol to take that one into round number 2. What a ride. That would have been enough to challenge for the number 1 qualifying spot. You can't run more straight and true than what we just saw. We'll bring up Pete Wall and Damian Cowden. Cowden, of course, running under Parker Johnson and Maxim Machine. Has won the WHRA championship and, of course, a 3-time CMDRA champion. Cowden, unfortunately, has not had a lot of luck getting that bike down track at the Langdon Rovers old-time drags. Could barely get that thing to the starting line. He had a pretty solid burnout during his qualifying hit, but it was unfortunate enough to have some problems right off the hitch, so couldn't make the full pull. Pete Waugh and Damian Cowden ready to fire up the Harleys. Uh-oh. Oh no. And that's going to turn to a single. Damian Cowden with problems at the worst possible moment, right at the 11th hour. This is going to turn to a competition single. It is another day of disappointment for Cowden. Pete Waugh will be out on a single, and this will get him the bye run straight into the final. Shuts the bike off past the half track point, and that is going to be it for the first round of eliminations in Top Fuel Harley. Folks, let's have a show of voices. Who's been enjoying this day at Mission Raceway Park? That's what I like to hear. From our bikes just around the bend, and they are ready for their second qualifying hit. Minor again, there is, of course, the Drift to Gift program going on the spectator side, top end of the racetrack. If you want to get a ride on a good old drifting car, well, if you head on over to that event sponsored by Variety Charity, You can take yourself with a nice little drive in a drift car. Well, a ride. You're not going to get to drive the drift car, but you can certainly ride in it. And of course, we have Mission Fire and Rescue on the property with the Muscular Dystrophy Boot Drive. The goal is to fill a boot full of cold hard cash, and then they will be donating that entire boot and all the cash therein to the Muscular Dystrophy Canada Foundation. That is located over here on the tower side, right next to the timing tower and beside the grandstands. Are we close to filling that boot yet, or not quite? We're getting there. We're getting there. Rob Aston brings up the cure for Zen Custom Homes. Matt McKay Smith alongside for MTMN Performance and Lordco Auto Parts on the Suzuki. That bike put down a new record at the Door Wars 12 weekend. That is officially the fastest street tire bike in all of Canada. And all of that without any wheelie bar at all. This thing is absolutely ripping. Second run of qualifying down track. Matt McKay Smith out the back door, 684, 201 miles an hour. Rob Aston, 711 with a 5 at 100.
7 above the number, 38 thou total. Veronica was 69 on the tree and, well, mathematically not really in the picture. Now Mike Render will take on Ross Walker. Again, couple of mission regulars. Walker in the right lane, down 10:06 in the Chevy 2. Couple of green lights, one a little greener than the other. Wow, Ross Walker takes 12 thou at the stripe to be under by 7 thou. That's all right because Render was under by 36 thou. So it'll be Ross Walker coming back for round number 2. Now Dustin Hunter in the Falcon will take on Dennis Winton in the Bel Air. 1966 Bel Air he calls Lost in Time. Chevy small block versus Ford big block. Dustin Hunter sporting 557 cubic inches. So neither driver really doing a bang-up job on the tree, but Dustin Hunter was definitely better. Wins that race handily. He'll be coming back for round number 2. Check this out. We've got what I would expect to be a super stock car. It's actually a front-wheel drive conversion car. Doug Klassen out of Medicine Hat. 1996 Pontiac Grand Am. Started out life as a front-wheel drive. Now it's all tubbed out, 4-link, big rubber under the back. Dialed in at 966. Rob Kleinbeek in the right lane, down 1150. Behind the wheel, the 72 Chevelle. Out front for now, trying to hang on. Gets there first, but in doing so, he is further under. Well, he's the only one under. Klassen got back to safe, went 967 on the 66 dial. He was a 12 light versus Rob 70. So the math was definitely in his favor. Now Michelle Dahl out of Campbell River in the Associated Tire Vega. Dialed in at 1010. Chris Stone, current points leader, over here tower side, dialed in at 972. So once again, we will make the call for Mark Brenzinger Memorial Cars. We need you guys in lane number 1, please. Couple of green lights. Thinking this is looking pretty good for Chris Stone. Should have been chasing. He was already in front by the 8th mile. Chris Stone moves on. Wins handily with a 988 on the 972. We finish off the opening round with Heather Hornell. Heather, Hornell Family Racing. 78 Fairmont wagon. Turns at 15 thou red. Working on a dial of 1069, goes 1067.
Memorial is next because the others should have been before to get ready. So the fuel altereds and the jet cars are waiting patiently around the corner, as well as the Mark Brenzinger Memorial Run. It's going to be a good show.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a little break in the program to remember a lost racer. Now, unfortunately, in the world of drag racing, a lot of old guys, and we're all getting older, and seems every year there's more and more that we lose for one reason or another. And heading into the 2024 season, we lost somebody that was pretty special to a lot of people here. His name was Mark Brenzinger, and we're going to see his car go down the track one more time, albeit it'll be on the trailer, but that's all good. It's going to be followed by a number of fellow racers. So here we go. Here comes the out-of-time Nova of Mark Brenzinger. So at this time, we'd like to take a few minutes to honor our fellow racer and friend, Mark Brenzinger. Mark owned and campaigned the crowd favorite wheel-standing out-of-time Nova, sponsored by Vinny's Speed Shop and Bail Bonds. Yeah, there's a little story to that. Starting off at the Friday Night Street Legals, racing his cool barn-find 56 Chevy, Mark was bit hard by the need for speed. He needed a race car, and a friend just happened to have one for sale. He worked tirelessly to make it his own. The Nova was delivered with the out-of-time license plate, and the name stuck. The car and Mark improved every outing and soon became very competitive and was a threat at the track, winning frequently, and he was especially proud of his Wally collection. He bought a vintage GMC motorhome and talked some friends into becoming regulars as well. Adding some racers at the track, the cartel was formed. He would always get to the track early and save spots for the cartel. He upgraded motorhomes, and his bus became Pit Central, where he hosted many dinners. If you were lucky, you have had one of his perfectly cooked steaks and a famous martini or two. A chat with competitors before rounds, you were offered a seat to relax, the red chair. Mark always had a great sense of humor on lane choice. He would always offer the lane closest to your trailer for convenience. If you needed something during a race, he would probably have it in stock and would help you out, even if he had you in the next round. Mark was a gracious racer, win or lose, and appreciated the hard work the MRP staff did to make racing enjoyable. You will be missed. Rest in peace, Mark Brenzinger.
Go one.
So the out-of-time Nova making its way down the return road. Very cool little ode to somebody who was very special to us. So I spoke a little bit about the cartel. Well, pretty sure all the members are here today and are taking part, making their way down the chase road. So I want to thank you all very much for joining us in this little memorial run for a lost friend. Great job on everybody's part. So you see the draggers made their way out to the track. Little bit of prep to the surface. And then it'll be time once again for those AA fuel altereds. Time to burn a little nitro.
I can see the red dragon in the staging lanes. I see Hellfire too in the staging lanes. And right alongside Hellfire, how about that? The Pyromaniac jet car back out. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Milron Truck Body, Outlaw, 275. We need you in lanes 5 and 6 for your second qualifier. That is Milron Truck Body, Outlaw, 275. We need you to lanes 5 and 6 for your second qualifier.
So I'm going to say very nice touch to whoever's driving the pickup truck. They pulled over, allowed the entire procession to pass through, and then the final car leaving the chase road was actually Mark's car. So once again, thanks everybody for joining us in remembering one of our friends. And once again, rest in peace, Mark Brenzinger. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Limited Street. Limited Street. This is your call to lanes 3 and 4. Limited Street. Bring them down. We'll take Limited Street in lanes 3 and 4. So making its way down the left lane right now is the newest piece of equipment here at Mission Raceway Park. Aptly named the Rotator. Now, essentially what they do is they take drag slicks that did not meet the specs for quality control and redesignate them to be Rotator tires. Now, this machine is not exclusive to Mission Raceway Park. You'll find them at tracks scattered all over North America. However, it is a highly technical piece of equipment. The tractor you see in the Lordco lane right now is also aptly named a dragger. The Rotator is just a nice little upgrade from that. And as you can see, the slicks rotate backwards while the tractor moves forward. It's a pretty easy concept to understand. Coming out to help us with said Trek Prep this weekend. Trek Prep. How about Track Prep? That's a little better. Is Kurt Johnson, Total Venue Concepts. Kind of the go-to guys in the world of track prep, so to speak.
Of course, we got Vendor Row very much open with a bunch of different vendors just next to the beer garden. Of course, you got the West Coast Pro Modified tent with all of their merchandise. You've got XAF Beauty having their own apparel, plus some hair design for you down there. Badass Garage, of course, is once again open. And then, of course, several racers selling their own merchandise in their own pits. So you can feel free to take a moment to wander around and taking all the sights, taking the sounds, and taking the smells of some good old burning rubber. If you want to get the smell of some burning nitrous, well, you're going to want to be in the grandstands as we start to pull the fuel-altered cars around the corner. Once again, we got this card a few hours ago, but check your pockets, check your pockets. We have still got a lost bank or a lost credit card up here in the tower. So if you have yourself with a lost card, well, we have it up here. It's on the second floor of the tower. Come on up, you can get it. We're only giving it away to its owner, so come up, confirm it's yours, verify it's yours.
And it is a good one. Got a pretty high credit limit. We've tested that out. There's still a little bit of room left on it, however, so it's worth coming and getting.
So we got Hellfire 2, we got the Red Dragon underneath the Lordco Auto Parts Spectator Bridge. Ready to rumble, just about to fire him up. The right lane, the Red Dragon, he actually set a new track record for the Fuel Ultra Nostalgia category at a 598. The previous record was I think it was a 618. So these are two cars you are not going to want to miss. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Canada West door slammers, we need you on a 10-minute standby. Door slammers, this is your 10-minute standby call.
So here we go. We got a pair of awful fuel altereds for you. That's right, time to burn a little nitromethane. The Hellfire 2 over here, tower side. It's a 1948 Fiat Topolino. Jason Pettit from Benton City, Washington is a Spokane Nitro Jam winner. And Tom Padilla in the right lane, the new record holder here at Mission Raceway Park for a fuel-altered run. Went sub 6 seconds, 236 miles an hour. And he is hauling once again straight down the Lordco lane. Reader board says 5:01, or sorry, that's at 1,000 feet. 6 seconds flat at 213 miles an hour. You know, I was starting to listen to myself saying 5:01, like, no, that's kind of impossible. 6 seconds flat. 213 miles an hour for Tom Padilla in the right-hand lane. Jason Pettit goes 650, 194 miles an hour over here in the tower lane. Attention the pits. We'll make another call now for Limited Street. Limited Street. We need you guys in lanes 3 and 4. Limited Street. This is your call to the staging lanes. Limited Street to lanes 3 and 4.
So, folks, get up, get loud. It's the Pyromaniac Jet Funny Car.
Towers ready, quarter mile, pro 4, right lane signal for the jet car.
Set an absolutely blistering time at 264 miles an hour on its first outing. Looking to see if it can't go any better. This is the last pass for this car, right?
Yeah.
This is the last pass it is going to be making today. And it is looking to be a fiery one. First time it came up in the left lane, but this time all of you folks over there in the right lane get a view a bit closer with that funny car.
Steve, can you pay attention to your job and not try to get your friends to come and watch the car with you? Thanks. Hope the mic is off.
It was. I thought we weren't allowed. We weren't.
And we'll make the call now for Real Street. Real Street. This is your call to lanes 3 and 4. Real Street will take you now in lanes 3 and 4. Door slammers, keep in mind you guys are on standby. You should be ready to go.
So when are we going to get round one of all of our other classes in? Well, as John said earlier, it starts quiet and it gets real loud real quick. I better hear you guys cheering like mad when this car goes down track. It runs off your energy, you know.
So Richard Smith. Oh yeah. He's bouncing the windows for us up here in the tower. Now we're going to step it up a little more. Our race director, Wally DeParent, going to motion him within a few inches of the beams and then turn it over to him. Pre-stage, stage, here we go. Richard Smith going down the Lordco lane, puts a 6:04 on the reader board, 263 miles an hour. How about that?
That is what you saved your lunch money for. Firing on down the racetrack, a 263 mile an hour missile coming down Broadway. And just like past number 1, it doesn't get much straighter or truer than that. An absolutely epic run. One more time, your round of applause for the Pyromaniac Jet Funny car putting on a show on Sunday afternoon.
So quite interesting. If I look at my announcer screen here, I've got Richard's numbers right in front of me, but I've also got the numbers from Tom Padilla's run. And just to give you an example, at the 8th mile, Tom Padilla was doing 191 miles an hour. Richard Smith in the jet car was doing 195 miles an hour. So just 4 miles an hour difference. At that point, Tom Padilla was a little over 1/10 of a second quicker, ET-wise, at the 8th mile. Then we moved to 1,000 feet. Padilla was doing 221. Richard Smith was doing 235. So that 4 mile an hour difference and now stretched itself out into about 14 miles an hour. At the finish line, Padilla, obviously off the gas, doing just 213, while Richard Smith in the Pyromaniac, 263.93 miles an hour at the quarter mile finish line. So nice run. I believe he was doing 264 or thereabouts on his first run. So 2 very nice back-to-back runs by the Pyromaniac. Good job.
So just a quick announcement for those watching with the Facebook live stream. Due to Facebook stream limits, we are going to be having to switch the stream over on your side. So I'm not sure if that is happening. I don't think it has. But you will be seeing the stream go down shortly, and then it will be back up momentarily for the rest of the day. So we got Milron Truck Body Outlaw 275 just around the corner and ready to go for their second of 2 qualifying hits on this Smoke, Fire, and Thunder afternoon. Justin Gallant currently enters on the number 1 on the sheet, a 10th.5 clear of Chris Brenton with a 4:35 with a 3. Tyler Stambler brings it up in 3rd. Dan Rodriguez 4th. Parm Jawanda is in 5th. Neil Richards, Jeff Whitworth, Kurt Thompson, all within the 4-second bracket. And then on the outside, looking in on that 4-second mark, it's Sean Letson, Mandy Brooks, Peter Lacanis, Chris Gould, Eric McCarthy, and Bob Cook. But thanks to Valley Tech Productions once again for all of their hard work with the live stream. And of course, the live drone brought to you by Tailblazers this afternoon. Valley Tech Productions helping to bring you guys all of the races live from the first qualifying pass of the morning straight through to the last final in the evening. And big thanks to all the other sponsors around Mission Raceway Park, Lordco Auto Parts, TCS, Transmission Products, and Torque Converters, Titanium Auto Group, of course, some of the big 3, then among others.
So safety out there just putting the finishing touches on the track surface before we roll into what I believe will be Q2 for X275. So the class of X275, the 275 part refers to the tire size. Class was kind of built around a 275/60-15 tire. Now, if we want to dissect that a little bit of a step further, well, it goes like this. The tire at the center section measures somewhere in the neighborhood of 275 millimeters, or 27.5 centimeters. The 60 would refer to a percentage number, and that would be the sidewall height is 60% of the tire's width. And then the -15 part would refer to the rim size that you install said tire onto.
Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Check your pockets again. Check your pockets again, as it so often is the case on big weekends. We got a lot of lost things turned up, and, well, we got another phone that just got turned up here. So if you are missing a phone, it is up here. Second floor of the timing tower. Feel free to just come on up. We will be asking you questions about it, though, so make sure you know your phone.
Well, so by the sounds of it, we've got plenty of glue spread all over that surface. So here we go. So what'll be the final round of qualifying for X275. So I was just talking about the class and the fact that it's based on a rear tire size. So when they'd be running a 275/60-15 radial, would be in most cases a Mickey Thompson that, while being DOT legal, in other words, you're allowed to run it on the street, it's essentially a slick that meets DOT requirements.
So Tyler Stamler brings up the Mini-Me S10 alongside Chris Brenton for the SMC Race Cars Chevy Malibu right now. These drivers are entering number 3, and for Chris Brenton, number 2 in the qualifying charts, respectively. Both drivers in the 450 range. Stamler with a 454, and then Brenton going 50 with a 3. They are both about a 10.5 and 0.2 off of Justin Gallant's number 1 qualifying time so far.
And exactly what is Gallant's number 1 qualifying time so far?
That'd be a 4:35 with a 3.
So, of note in testing, on Thursday night, Justin Gallant ran the first 20 in the, what we'll call the Pacific Northwest. Now, if you're Canadian, you're going, well, what are you talking about, Northwest? Because we're kind of in the southern part of the province, but that's more in reference to Canada and the United States.
We're just about as far southwest in Canada as one could possibly get, short of Vancouver.
Correct. But in that, we're included in what's known as the Pacific Northwest in the drag racing world. So congrats going out to Gallant and team with Nick Duda tuning on that accomplishment. Very cool. So 117 to the 60-foot, both lanes at the finish line. It is Tyler Stamler putting together the better number, 4:48. Chris Brent, due to a reaction time advantage, actually got there first with his.
Stamler up to the number 2 spot. He will put himself into the 4:48 range. Kurt Thompson currently entering right in the mid-pack with a 4:76 with a 5 at that. So he is currently sitting 8th on the qualifying sheets. His nearest competitor, Jeff Whitworth, 15th out up the row with a 4:75. And that would put him into the top half of the field.
So Kurt Thompson making a single up TCS side of the track. Nice looking run there. 114 to the 60 foot at the 8th mile. 4:48, 158 miles an hour. So he moved up to the number 2 position. Takes that position away by just 0.02 of a second. I'll correct myself. He was 0.02 away from taking over the number 2 position. So he'll remain number 3, but very close to number 2. So now Chris Gould and Neil Richards. Neil Richards in a car affectionately known as the Cream Dream. This would be the Cream Dream 2.0. Richards just recently making the change. For years and years, he was a turbo guy. Now running a directly driven Pro Charger off the front of the crankshaft. So kind of like a turbo, but rather than counting on exhaust air to get the wheels spinning, they spin it with the crankshaft of the engine. Well, through a little gearbox, they want it to turn faster than the crankshaft speed of the engine. So that's Richards. It's 1979 Zephyr, right-hand lane. Chris Gould, another Albertan. Chris from Spruce Grove. The CT Automotive Mustang, Tower side. Both cars got the burnouts done. Pre-stage bulbs are lit, just like that. Richards is in, now Gould. Richards on a nice run. How about 4:49, 157 miles an hour. Good for the number 4 spot. Chris Gould with a strong 4:78 at a $1.59. That's going to set up 2 more, Bob Cook and Parm Jawanda. Jawanda in the Jawanda Motorsports 1991 Mustang. The night shift. Parm, a local guy from Surrey, BC. Longtime racer here at Mission. Making big strides in that little Mustang in the world of X275. And Bob Cook in the right lane out of Lloydminster, Alberta. So Parm currently sitting number 7 on the qualifying sheet. Hey, attention in the pits. Canada West Door Slammers. Canada West Door Slammers. We need you back to the staging lanes. Canada West Door Slammers. Of course, only those left in competition. This is your call to the staging lanes. Canada West Door Slammers, come on down. So Jawanda, currently sitting 7th. You're looking to improve on that. Cuts a red light, but that's okay in qualifying. Bob Cook just looking to make it down the track, and he does that. 5:16, so he's going to improve drastically on his ET number. I'll tell you in just a second where he winds up on the sheet. Parm Jawanda goes 4:74. So Nolan, did Parm improve?
No, he did not. Off by about 2/10, but Bob Cook will put himself into 12th place with that one out of 14.
Very nice. All right, Nolan, with that, I'm going to turn things back over to you. I got to go meet somebody at my pit.
Yes, sir. Sean Letson brings up the 1987 Mustang Fox Body, going up against the Boom Malibu. Headed up by Daniel Rodriguez for Ken's Specialty Automotive, Milron Truck and Auto Body, McGraw Metalworks, West Star Trailer, ST Performance, Color Compass, and NC Engines. Dan Rodriguez currently entering this qualifying session 6th place with a 4:58. Sean Letson a little bit further down the order with a 5:09. And Rodriguez held on the, oh boy, what in the world happened there? Sean Letson just left. Didn't wait. Well, if Letson wanted another qualifying hit, he ain't getting it. Rodriguez down track, 4:56. And is that enough for number one? Unfortunately, it is not. 4:56, that will help him improve. And how about he won't even break into the top 5 of that? This is a really competitive field we got here today, folks. So he will remain in the 6th place spot. No idea what happened to Sean Letson. He just took off like there was nobody around him. We're going to have Jeff Whitworth, the Precise Mechanical Mustang Fox Body, going up against Mandy Brooks, the Ken Specialty Auto Diversified Metalworks Chevy Malibu. So Jeff Whitworth coming into this one 8th place. Mandy Brooks down in 11th with a 5:15. Mandy Brooks purging the nitrous, looking to get that pressure bulb right down where she wants it. And Jeff Whitworth just a little ways behind. Both racers getting down track. Mandy Brooks, 4:62. That'll improve her up to the 8th place spot. And Jeff Whitworth will improve as well. So he will actually remain in 9th, though, getting bumped by Mandy Brooks. So we roll on. Peter Lacanis bringing up the Transporter Logistics Nova. So Lacanis having bought this car off of Jordy Lazic. And now looking to take it down the strip. You know, we've been seeing Lacanis branched out into a lot of different categories over the last several years. When I first started working here, he was running his Corvette in the Super Pro category. And then the last couple years, he was running it in the Door Slammers category. Well, now he's running a Nova in Outlaw 275. Good on you, man. Keep on branching out. Just don't become like me, where you become a jack of all trades and a master of none. So Lacanis currently entering 13th with a 5.2. Still a soft launch, but goes 4.94. Breaks into the 4-second bracket, and that will improve him to 11th. Hey, Real Street, where you guys at? Real Street, we need you to the lanes. Jerry's OK Tire, Real Street, we're waiting on you. Jerry's OK Tire, Real Street, come on down to the lanes. You're right behind Limited Street. They're about to run. You better get on down there for your second qualifier. So we roll to Limited Street. Josh Collin, currently last on the qualifying sheets with a 5.79 to the 8th, alongside Matt Robert, sitting 4th with a 5.30. 6 cars have attempted to qualify. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Canada West Door Slammers, this is your second call. Canada West Door Slammers, this is your second call to the lanes. Door Slammers, this is your second call to the lanes. Matt Robert carrying the front wheels of the Camaro Z28. And the Arc and Solution Machine goes to a 5.30 with a 6, 131 miles an hour. Josh Collins, Mercury for on-point performance, goes in with a 6.17. For Matt Robert, though, that is going to improve him by 3 thou, but he'll stay in 4th. Attention in the pits, attention to the pits. West Coast Pro Modifies. This is your standby call. West Coast Pro Modifies. This is your standby call. Max Nielsen, currently number 1 by 400s ahead of Brad Thomas. He enters with a 5.15, trying to improve. Vanessa Richards has been number 1 so many times. She is standing on a 5.23 for the Hawaii 5.0 Fox Body. Two green lights, down track. Max Nielsen does not improve. Vanessa Richard does, but only by 0.02 of a second. So she will remain in 3rd. Nielsen retains that first place spot. Brad Thomas and Pat Hearn, the next pair up. Thomas chasing the number 1 qualifying spot for Lordco Auto Parts and JB Auto Care. The Mustang Fox Body, only 0.04 of a second behind Max Nielsen. Meanwhile, Pat Hearn down in 5th with a 5.59. Pat Hearn struggling to get that deck lid shut. It looks like they've got it settled. So 2 Fox bodies going to move on up into the staging lanes. Straight down Farmer Lane, and it'll be Brad Thomas going 5.21, does not improve. Pat Hearn does, but not on the time. He'll stay 5.48 for now. So that will do it for Rocco's Diner, Limited Street. We roll the Jerry's OK Tire Reel Street. Rob Monroe Sr., your number 1 qualifier. Over on the right-hand side of the racetrack, going up against Joel Smith. Standing in 10th with an 11.77. Monroe, so far the only driver that gets under a 10-second ET so far in this category. The White Knuckle Racing Model A going to not improve. He remains in the number 1 spot, went 8.84, 149 miles an hour. Joel Smith, 11.72 at 112. He will improve, but not on his positioning. Rob Monroe Jr. unable to improve. Rob Getz will improve, but only to an 11.79. So he remains bottom of the charts. We continue on through the next runs of Jerry's OK Tire Reel Street. Jan Christensen and Bobby Ehlers, the next pair up. The Chev Stang doing battle with the Z28. So, Real Street done and dusted. We've got ourselves with some Winter Harbor Marina and RV Canada West Door Slammer, sponsored this weekend by Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing. Ready to rumble. So Canada West Door Slammers bringing it on up for their second round of eliminations. Andy Hatton and Jason Field, the first two up. The Bubba Speed Shop Titanium Autograph Velocity Chemicals Camaro, dubbed the Grinch. Dials in at 845, racing Jason Field. In the Ritchie Racing Engines, Greenlight Auto Sales, Induction Solutions, and Hutchins Transmission, and On Tap Racing, 1971 Chevelle, dialed at 733. First pair down track, 845 to a 733 dial. This one goes the way of Andy Hatton on a double breakout. So another double breakout. Man, these door slammers just love going too quick today, it would seem. We'll bring up the next pair. Paul Soares is getting that Pontiac over there on the far lane, going up against Devin Jansen in the Nova over here, tower side, 854 to an 810. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. West Coast Pro Modifieds, bring them on up, lanes 3 and 4. West Coast Pro Modifieds, bring them on up, lanes 3 and 4. So down track, 854 to the 810 dial, top end of the racetrack. Who's gonna take this one? It'll be Paul Soares, shockingly, not on a double breakout this time around, just on raw pace, when 8:12, 164 miles an hour, able to get the job done. So we'll bring up Paul DeBree Jr., we'll bring up Adam DeYoung, the electric straight line race cars Corvette, dials in 853, that's a cancel. I keep on reading what I say on my screen without looking on what's out of the window. Adam DeYoung for Artex Racing and Total Dairy Solutions. Going on up with the 1967 Camaro, dials in 822 in the far lane. DeBree down track against DeYoung, top end, give it to Adam DeYoung. Adam DeYoung taking that one in style, 825 to an 855. He will be through by just 16 thou. Bring up Brad Powell, the STR Racing Chevelle, dials in 835, racing Brian Ritchie. The Ritchie Racing Engines and Greenlight Auto Sales Chevelle, dials in 786. Brian Ritchie pre-staged up first. Brad Powell slowly rolling forward alongside him. And Brad Powell turns on the red light. Brian Ritchie with the free pass to round number 3. Ripped that one out the top end by going 172 miles an hour for Ritchie. Grant Howell and Justin Bond bring it on up, 769 to a 766. Attention in the pits, attention to the pits. We need Top Fuel Harleys to lane number 1. Nitro Harleys bring it on up to lane 1. Nitro Harleys to lane 1. Justin Bond got there first, but went under by 5 stinking thousandths of a second. Grant Howell taking the freebie into round number 3 of competition. We bring up Frank Marcus and Otto Schulte. Dials in at 804 for Frank Marcus. Otto Schulte brings up the Georgia Straight Line Collision. Next gen here in Associated Tire. Lordco Auto Parts, Autumn Brown, Quality Designs, and Rondex Cavalier. Dials in at 745. And this one wrapped up by Frank Marcus, managing to drill Schulte on the tree with a 6th-hour reaction time. So put Frank Marcus to round number 3. Bring up Darren Buick for the Evans Excavating Nova. Looking like Darren Buick going to get the bye run in round number 2 of competition. Darren Buick went 862, 155 miles an hour on the 859 dial. That'll bring up Dave Warren. The Blue Max Bel Air dials in 787 racing. Paul Stretch, the Mid-Island Racing 2002 Cavalier dials in a 725. So Paul Stretch and Dave Warren getting ever closer to the staging beams. Top end of the racetrack, Paul Stretch moving on into the next round. Dave Warren going to be down and out, so Paul Stretch will take this one to round number 3 of competition. We'll move on. Zach Joyce dials in at 789 with that 1948 Austin. Gordy Abagouche brings up the Tommy Guns Barbershop Corvette, dials in at 745. Down the racetrack, top end of the racetrack, yikes! Gordy Abagouche way close to the center line, able to keep it out of the quarter-mile block. Zach Joyce, though, taking that one. Abagouche with a bad run of the tree, half a second down. Well, that's going to do it for the next round of Canada West Door Slammers. And guys, you know what time it is. They're big, they're loud, and boy, they pack a punch. They're mean as crap. It's the West Coast Pro Modifieds. First round of eliminations. So 4 passes, 8 cars getting set to rumble. Garrett Richards facing off against Eric Horvath. Dave Kowalski and Tom Katnick will go head-to-head. Steve Horn and Jacob Skosilas. And then Ryan Griffin and Nick Duda, the first pairing up underneath the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge. The next one to rumble on down. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need Pro Mod Bike down to lane number 1. Pro Mod Bike, bring them on up. Lane number 1. That is Pro Mod Bike to lane 1 for first round of eliminations. And then Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, you're on standby for your second round. So burnout's complete. We're going to back these 2 cars up behind the staging beams and get set to make another rumble down track. And this will be for the first round of the first eliminating competition pass for the West Coast Pro Modifieds at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. Oh boy, Ryan Griffin straight through the beams, and Nick Duda shakes the tires up right off the hitch. So Duda gonna be able to come on home and move on into the second round. But problems with Ryan Griffin, and he is out yet again in round 1 of eliminations. So we got Gary Richards coming on now, waiting on Eric Horvath. Horvath and Richards running down the racetrack. This next time up, seeing who will make it into the semifinal round. Straight down Broadway, Richards gonna steal that one away by 0.3 of a second when 388, 197 miles an hour. Eric Horvath had to lift right at the last second, ended up going at a 422 at about 50. But how about that? Eric Horvath trip zip with a 3. That's the first trip zip of the day. He will get the lone mug of the Smoke, Fire, and Thunder weekend. A great reaction time. Just a shame it didn't translate into a win at the 8th mile mark, but it'll be Richards to the semifinals. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We need Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket to the lanes. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, come on up to the lanes. Pro Bracket to the lanes. Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman, this is your standby call. So once again, we have called Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket to the lanes, and Sportsman, this is your standby call. So Dave Kowalski, the Dayco Ventures Corvette, going up against Tom Katnick for TK Performance and Lordco Auto Parts. Kowalski, the number 2 qualifier in Pro Modifieds at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. Both cars pre-staged. It's a burn down. Neither driver wants to move in. Kowalski blinks first. Dave Kowalski taking out Tom Katnick. That was a pretty easy run for Kowalski. Didn't have to worry about a thing on that one. Went 396, 182 miles an hour. Tom Katnick, 425 and 173. And that will put Dave Kowalski into the semifinals. They faced off against each other, Kowalski and Richards, in the final round of Door Wars 12. But this time, they'll have to face to see who gets into the final at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. So just one more pass to go in the first round of eliminations for the West Coast Pro Modifieds. It'll be Jacob Skosilas and his 2017 Corvette against Steve Horn, the JS Power Sports and SLR Rentals Willys. So one of these cars will race against Nick Duda for the West Coast Pro Modified semifinal round. 4 cars will remain in competition after this. Whoa, Skosilas shakes the tire. Steve Horn towards the center line is able to get it back in the groove. And a wild pass there. Steve Horn takes it though. 392, 187 miles an hour. Puts him into the semifinals against Nick Duda. And that takes us to Top Fuel Harleys. Semifinal round, 3 bikes remain in competition. Pete Waugh gets a free pass to the final round. The only question is who will face him. Will it be Austin Christopher over here? Will it be Nate Gagnon over there? Whoa, boy, Pete. Well, that'll wake you up in the morning. Launched that bike, and that tail end immediately kicked out from underneath him. Lucky enough that that was on a bye run. So he'll still get that free pass into the final round. So Nate Gagnon brings up the 2011 Sonic V60 Top Fuel Harley. For Rat Torque Systems, ShopMyRate.ca, Comox Valley Excavating. The 10-time Canadian champ for Big Kids Racing, going to go up against Austin Christopher for Fastlane Racing. Thanking, of course, Ron Howneat, Great White North, Cold Water Spirits Limited, Redline Oil, Road End Farms, and Braden Sport Fishing. Semi-final round. This will determine who faces Pete Waugh in the final. Oh no, problems for Nate Gagnon on the line. The worst time for that to happen. He's off the bike. And Austin Christopher, thanking his lucky stars, he's got it easy. Competition single to the final round. How about that? 647, 222 miles an hour for Austin Christopher at the top end. So we'll get Austin Christopher and Pete Waugh in the final. It's just such a shame that Nate Gagnon had to have that decided here and not a quarter mile away. So Gagnon gonna back it up. Austin Christopher, Pete Waugh facing off in the Top Fuel Harley final will roll to Pro Mod Bike for their first round of eliminations. 6 bikes in competition. So Steve Ebbesini bringing up the PRP Automotive Phoenix. Going up against Matt McKay Smith for MTMM Performance and Lordco Auto Parts. First round of eliminations. Not even close. Matt McKay Smith out in front, 677, 206 miles an hour. Abusini goes 757 at a buck 78. So Abusini is out of Pro Mod Bike. So we continue to roll through. Jeremy Soares brings up the Soares Transportation and Quick Tech Race Cars camera dragster. He dials in 738. His opponent lines it up on the tower side, dials in at 1025. And Jeremy Soares moves on, his opponent going red by 9th out. So Jeremy Soares is going to be moving on into the next round. Bring out Kim Yonkin for Titanium Auto Group and JBS Equipment. Bring it up. The Yancer Dragster dials in at 755. Racing Mike Robinson for JBS Equipment and JS Power Sports in the Roadster, dialed at 912. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Mountain View Harley-Davidson motorcycles, come on up to lane number 1. Motorcycles to lane 1. And Yonkin goes red in the dragster. So Mike Robinson moving on into the next round of competition. So that will move Robinson to the next round. As Yonkin takes himself out of competition, we'll move on now to Ron Fawcett and Kevin Garlock. The slightly altered straight line race cars machine out of the Nimo dials in at 888 compared to Kevin Garlock, who goes out of the 888 to the 1971 Camaro. Attention the pits, attention the pits. Old Car Center Hot Rod, we need you lanes 5 and 6 pronto. Hot Rod, come on up, lanes 5 and 6. Hot Rod, lanes 5 and 6. Kevin Garlock turns on the red light, and Ron Fawcett's Altered is into the next round. 861, 166 miles an hour for the Altered, and Garlock is sent packing in this one. We bring up Kevin McNichol over here, TCS side, racing Emily Gerard on the far side. The Rad Torque Systems, Ken Specialty Auto, Lordco Auto Parts, Lucas Oil, Gibson Transmissions, and Jim Banky Racing 1967 Nova. Dials in at a 1009. Racing the Shear Solutions, Just Mechanical Dragster for Titanium Auto Group. Dials in 755. And Emily Gerard turns it red in the dragster. So the dragsters are dropping like flies in Super Pro eliminations. Kevin McNichol moving on to the next round. Bring up Jan Christensen and Colton Morin. The 1967 Nova dials in at 853 to Colton Morin's 786. Colton Morin throws it red. So Jan Christensen will move on into round number 2, and Colton Morin will have to put that car onto the trailer early. Trucks, Shawnigan Trucking Competition, Tree Services, Straight Line, Race Cars, Dragster going up 896 to Aaron Young in the 2007 Dragster, dialed at 824. Neither light too stellar. And this will go the way of Emma Debris Cruz on the double breakout. 036 to a 006, so Emma Debris Cruz is moving on. Yet another dragster, Shaylin Svedic. Brings up the McKenzie Racing, Kennedy Landscaping, Coastal Equipment Repairs, and Eldorado Front Engine Dragster dials in at 930. Racing Craig Johnson for the BC Scale Johnson's Customs Exhaust Malibu Wagon. He's dialed in at 10:55. Craig Johnson already went out in round 1 of Pro Bracket. Now looking to do a little bit better here in Super Pro. Well, this race might have just been decided on the starting line, and it was. Craig Johnson taking out Shaylin Svedic. Getting the whole shot on that one. We'll move on to John Jenkins. Racing it from West Coast Building Restoration to McKenzie Racing. Dials in at 10:45 with the bye run in the S10. So Jenkins just staging the truck and then backing him out. That'll take us to motorcycles. Once again, you've got yourself with the gift, the Drift to Gift event. Sponsored by Variety Racing. Lost the name for a minute. That's still going on at the top end of the racetrack, and I think they're doing that through until about 7 p.m., according to Gaston's Facebook post. So if you want to take a ride in the drift car, you're running out of time. And then, of course, down just by the tower, you, of course, have the Fill the Boot charity going on down here as well. Mission Fire and Rescue trying to fill a boot full of cold hard cash. They could donate that to the Muscular Dystrophy Canada Foundation. Not sure how close we are to filling that boot, but I've been seeing people coming and going there all day, so I'd hope it's pretty full by now. We move to Mountain View Harley-Davidson Motorcycles. Tom Turan and Jody Brickwood, the Kraken, for Electro Motorsports. The 2017 GSXR dials in 868. Jody Brickwood for Brickwood Renovations dials in at 932 for the 78 Kawasaki. Jody Brickwood breaking out by just 1 thou at the top end, giving it back the way of Tom Turan to the top end. Bring up Bill McDonald, bring up Corey Craig, the Wild Racing Kawasaki going up against the Black Lightning 80K Service Hayabusa. 920 to a 905. Bill McDonald turns on the red light. Corey Craig getting the freebie to the next round. Went 821, 162 miles an hour. And that'll bring up the last two in motorcycles. It's Bill Aiken. Dials in at 932 for the Kawasaki Racing Alamod. For the Thrifty's Machine Shop, ZRX dialed in at 899. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior Dragsters to the lanes, Junior Dragsters to the lanes. Thunder the lane 1, Lightning the lane 2. That is Thunder the lane 1, Lightning the lane 2. Running down Broadway. Oman not able to get around Bill Aiken, but he takes it anyway because Bill Aiken breaks out of the top end. So finally, the first round of eliminations as well for Old Car Center Hot Rod. Veronica Hodgson and Brandon Roos, the first pair up, 1191, and there's the G&L Electric Catch 22 Camaro dialed at 1030. And Brandon Roos will turn on the red light. So we are going to continue to move along as we thunder on through Old Car Center Hot Rod Eliminations. Next pairing up, we'll have Rob Monroe Jr. alongside Terry Charles. The Winter Harbor Marina, Gibson Racing Transmissions, SD Performance, and Horizon Paint and Auto Body Acadian. Dials in 1054. To Terry Charles' Straight Axle Bel Air. Dials in at 1001. Top end of the racetrack, give it to Terry Charles. Rob Monroe Jr. again getting there first, but going too quick in the process. We'll bring up Sylvia Hoogstens, dials in 1271. We'll bring up Rob Monroe Sr., the White Knuckle Racing Model A, dials in 884. Sylvia Hoogstens breaks out of the top end. Rob Monroe Sr. only 1/10 thou off the mark. Great show there for Rob Monroe Sr. Steve Wilson will race against Jerry Brabander. Steve Wilson and Jerry Brabander, the next pair up. The Mooch Acadian running up against Brabander's Chevy 2. And double red lights on this one, but Brabander, the worst offender. He is going to be knocked out. The Roman Metalworks Rambler. Listen up, attention pro modifieds. Attention pro modifieds, stand down, stand down. Do not come up to the lanes. Pro mods, you will not be running behind the door slammers this rotation. Pro mods, you will not run behind door slammers this rotation. Do not come to the lanes. Canada West Door Slammers, we're looking for you. Lanes 5 and 6. Canada West Door Slammers to lanes 5 and 6. Door Slammers to lanes 5 and 6. Terry Hookson's and Roland Lowen, the next pair up, and this one goes the way of Lowen. 14th out took that one away at the finish line. Matt Warner and Andrew Weeb, the next pair up. The Linden Service Center Mercury versus that Little Austin. So the Austin getting way close to the center line, trying to stay out in front. He's not going to get it done. Goes too quick. Matt Warner will be moving on into round number 2. Round of eliminations for all of the juniors. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. All West Coast Outlaw classes, you are now on standby. That is Outlaw 275, Limited Street, and Real Street. You are all on a standby call. So Junior Thunder getting set to roll into the water box. So far, 10 cars remain in competition. It'll be Wesley and Cadence going up again. Then it'll be Hunter G and Alex, Ashton and Hunter T, Natanya and Adeline, and then Jack and Owen. So racers just getting strapped in, and then we're going to be all raring to rumble once again for the Junior Thunder category and their second round of eliminations. First pair rolling into the water box. So Wesley and Cadence going to be the first pair up. Both racers already pre-staged. And we are running down track once again. Goes the way of Cadence, taking out Wesley by 0.03 of a second. Bring up Ashton, bring up Hunter T. The TK Performance Lordco Auto Parts Junior Dragster dials in at 12:02. Hunter T for JBS Equipment dials in at 8:93. Final checks going on down there on the starting line for the cars as we get set to roll ourselves forward. And Ashton turning on the red line with that one. So Hunter T is going to be moving on into round number 3 of competition. So that brings up the next pair. We're going to bring up Alex. We're going to bring up Hunter G. Alex racing under the Global Containers colors, dials in at 12:08. Hunter G for BDL Automotive, Diversified Metalworks, Rocket Coatings, Bill Rod Truck Body, SN Racing, Paint by Rodrigo, and Lordco Racing, dials in at 8:90. Down track, top end, double breakout, goes the way of Hunter. So Alex knocked out early on. He's out in round 2, Hunter G, moving on into the quarterfinals. We bring out the Peterson Fabrication Van Ross Services Titanium Auto Group machine. Natanya over here, tower side. Dials in at 890. Adeline for Performance World, Eldorado, and KLJ Holdings dials in at 892. Natanya goes out in round 2. Adeline moving on into the next round. She will take herself out of competition by almost a tenth and a half. We move on to the next pair, Jack and Owen. The 1396 dials in at 1422 for the Home Masters team and Bubba's Garage. Badass Garage, sorry. Bring up Jack, bring up Owen. The next pair down track. Owen got the advantage on the tree, and that will not translate to win because it'll go back the way of Jack on the double breakout. Owen had Jack honest on the tree by about 3/10 of a second, and well, Jack going to take it away as Owen goes under by 1/100 of a second more than he did. That brings us to the semifinal round of Junior Lightning. So Peterson Industries Junior Lightning rolling into the water box, and we'll have Lincoln for Titanium Auto Group and JBS Equipment dials in 797. Going up against Connor for TKO Hot Rods, Fitness Lab, Panther Auto Glass, and Albion Tyler, and Lordco Auto Parts dials in 795. Lexi and Abigail are going to be the other half of this semifinal round. Two great lights, and this one goes the way of Lincoln. So Lincoln takes out your Just Mechanical Limited Sunset Showdown Junior Lightning champion. Lincoln is in. Top Fuel Harleys to lane 1. Top Fuel Harley finalists, come on up to lane 1. Nitro Harley finalists to lane 1. Another reminder, of course, to all of our competitors, we will be doing winner interviews at the end of the day for all classes that want them. So if you want to have your 30 seconds of fame, stick around. We'll talk to you happily after racing action tonight. 797 to an 807 for Nick and Lexi. We're also going to get Pro Mod Bike to lane 1. So Top Your Harleys, come on up for the final round. And then Pro Mod Bike, we need you to lane 1 as well. So Nick will go out of competition as Lexi gets it on a breakout. That, of course, brings up the licensing pass. All right, Junior Street, the next one's around the water box. That was your Junior Lightning semifinals plus a licensing pass. So we'll bring up the Pontiac Firebird over here, tower side. We roll back into Junior Street for the quarterfinal round. 6 cars remain in competition. Josephine versus Dallas, Jordan versus Taryn, and Tyler versus Sophia. Attention the pits, attention the pits. Outlaw 275 coming up lanes 3 and 4. Outlaw 275, bring them on up lanes 3 and 4. Sophia chasing after Tyler to the 8th mile mark. And Sophia gets it on a double breakout. So Sophia taking out the defending champion, Tyler, moving on into the next round of competition. So Josephine moving on. Dallas going to be taken out of competition there, and that'll bring up So just doing a little bit more track prep, and then of course we're going to be getting ourselves with the Top Fuel Harley final round coming around the corner.
At home with the live feed.
The little Ford Ranger, the vanishing one stunt team.
And the win light association here looking for that outside line.
We are going to ramp it up big time from here.
Expecting pro competition.
A beauty.
$2,500 cash winning prize.
Really awesome. I'm sure the replay of that about Valley Tech Pedestrian.
This is just the beginning, folks.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
Taking care of your car is a responsibility. It ensures the long life of your car and its expensive components. That's why Lucas Oil takes automotive protection so seriously. Lucas heavy-duty oil stabilizer bonds with motor oil to shield engines from heat and wear. So take pride in caring for your car and pass that pride and knowledge to the next generation for years of smooth, reliable driving on the long road ahead. Trust Lucas Oil. It works.
For the Canada West Door Slammers. So Bubba Speed Shop, Titanium Auto Group, Velocity Chemicals. The Grinch dials in 843 in the Camaro. Paul Stretch brings up the Mid-Island Racing Cavalier, dials in 724. Attention to pits, attention to pits. We need Limited Street to 5 and 6. Limited Street to 5 and 6. Real Street, this is your standby call. So Stretch and Hatton firing down Broadway. And that'll go the way of Paul Stretch, taking it by 2 thou. Andy Hatton going under by 3. So once again, we have called for Limited Street to lanes 5 and 6 with Real Street on standby. up Frank Marcus, bring up Darren Buick. 803 and an 862. The Evans Excavating Nova brings it up over there on the Lordco side. Red light start for Frank Marcus. Darren Buick taking that one up to the top end of the racetrack. So Frank Marcus has turned on the red light. He'll be sandpacking. Darren Buick is into the next round. Paul Soares, Brian Ritchie. Getting set. Going at it again. Paul Soares and Brian Ritchie ready to do battle. Pontiac versus Chevy Chevelle. Top end of the racetrack. Brian Ritchie taking this one. He'll move on into the next round. So Ritchie taking out Paul Soares by about a tenth and a quarter. We bring up Zach Joyce. We bring up Adam DeYoung. The 1948 Austin dials in at 789. Adam DeYoung's Artex Racing. Total Dairy Solutions Camaro dials in at 823. Attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. We need Real Street to lanes 5 and 6. Real Street, bring them on up. Lanes 5 and 6. Real Street 5 and 6. So Zach Joyce will be leaving by just shy of 4/10 ahead of Adam DeYoung. We need Pro Bracket on standby. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, this is your standby call. Pro Bracket, this is your standby call. Zach Joyce can't get around Adam DeYoung. DeYoung taking it on a hole shot. So the Camaro taking this one in style. He's got the buy run. Dials in at 771 with the 1937 Chevy Willys. Running a 632 cubic inch Sunset motor under the hood. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Stand down pro, stand down pro. We're gonna put all juniors on a standby. So once again, that is stand down pro bracket, and all juniors, you're on a standby. All right. This is the first final of the day, and it is a big one. Top Fuel Harleys ready to go for the last round of the afternoon. Pete Wall brings it up over here on the tower side. He's had some great runs. Austin Christopher took the bye, and then that turned into a comp single in the semifinals of Fast Lane Racing. Ron Howneat, Great White North Coldwater Spirits Limited, Redline Oil, Road End Farms, and Braden Sport Fishing, Top Fuel Harley. Both bikes are fired up. This is your Nitro Harley final. Oh yeah, twin Harley burnouts. We're ready to rumble. One final time. Who do you think is going to take this one? Will it be the left lane of Pete Waugh? Will it be the right lane with #1 qualifier Austin Christopher? Christopher, I don't think has lifted a single time all day long. Why would he lift now in the final? Both bikes pre-staged. 6 inches forward. Both bikes launch! Right down to the quarter mile. Christopher out in front. Christopher takes the win! Austin Christopher straight to victory lane in smoke, fire, and thunder. A beautiful pass. One final time was a 6:39, 223 miles an hour. It is only fitting his best pass of the day comes in the final round of Nitro Harley. What a drive for Austin Christopher. Pete Waldo went 7:29, 162 miles an hour. And that will do it for Top Fuel Harleys and their eliminations. And that'll bring us back to the Pro Mod bikes and the semifinals. Scott Richardson going to take that one right out the back door, and look at that. 683, 197 miles an hour. Got the whole shot win ahead of Matt McKay Smith. McKay went 672 at $1.99, but Richardson had him bested on the tree by a good 0.2 of a second. All that race was decided purely on the starting line. That'll bring up Gary Christopher. He's got the bye run into the final. Hey, to attention all of the folks that were still looking to get a drift ride along over on the far end side for the Variety Charity Drift to Gift event. That is closing in 45 minutes. So if you wanted to get a drift in there, you got to go now. They are closing at the top of the hour. So you have to be down there now. I will get dinner.
Where are we? What round?
And then there's some guys that are just testing that.
So here we are, semifinals of Pro Mod Motorcycle. Gary Christopher going to be making a single over there in the right lane. So Gary Christopher, local guy from Hope, aboard a Kawasaki. 1,428 cubic centimeters of turbocharged Kawasaki. Seven-time CMDRA champ. Here comes the finish line, and the reader board says 6:45, 211. That's showing some muscle right there. Gary Christopher on a run. 1.04 seconds to the 60-foot mark at 8th mile. Was doing 168.5 miles an hour. Got there in 4.1 seconds. Again, at the finish line, 6:45, 211 miles an hour. Those are some stout numbers. Now, Steve Abusini and Rob Aston. So glad to see that whatever Rob Aston's issues were in the round prior, he's got them sorted out. So Rob Aston in the right lane for Zen Custom Homes. Steve Avicini, tower side of the racetrack from Port Coquitlam. Aboard a Honda for PRP Automotive. Aston with a big starting line advantage. It was quite visible if you were watching. And he gets the win light at the finish line. 7:41 beats a 7:39 by about a second and a half. So that's going to do it for the bikes for the time being. So we're going to do a little preparation to the track surface. And then we're going to roll into our West Coast Outlaw classes. We've got Outlaw 275. We've got Limited Street. And we've got Real Street. So Outlaw 275 coming up just as soon as we, is the tractor making its exit? It looks that way. So 14 cars on the ladder. We're going to see 7 pairs in this opening round. One of them going to be our number 1 qualifier, Justin Gallant, taking on our number 14 qualifier, Eric McCarthy. Justin Gallant for Circle D, number 1 qualifier with a 4:36. Fresh off a win in Spokane a couple of weekends ago. Our number 2 qualifier, Tyler Stamler, will be taking on Bob Cook in round number 1. Bob Cook, our number 13 qualifier. Stamler in with a 4:48. Number 3 qualifier, Kurt Thompson, will face Sean Letson. Kurt Thompson qualified also with a 4:48. Just not quite as good as Tyler Stamler's. Number 4 qualifier, Neil Richards, in with a 4:49. Will take on Peter Lacanis here in round number 1. Number 5 qualifier, Chris Benton. Brenton qualified number 5 with a 4:50. So there's the last 4 cars I've mentioned within 0.02 of a second. So Brenton will face Chris Gould here in round 1. Our number 6 qualifier, Dan Rodrigue. He's in with a 4:56. Will take on Jeff Whitworth in this opening round. And our number 7 qualifier, Parm Jawanda, will face Mandy Brooks here in round 1. So there's your 7 pairings. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro, you have a new ladder coming up. Just a heads up for everyone in Super Pro. If you've already seen the ladder, it is incorrect. Disregard it, please. There is a new ladder coming at you. It will be posted soon, and Ken will have it. So here we go with what should be our first pair, but it looks like our number 1 qualifier is going to get a single here in the opening round. Apparently Eric McCarthy not able to make the call here for round numero 1. So Justin Gallant will take the freebie here in round number 1. Essentially gets another test hit. And we are off. 8-mile reader board says 427, 172 miles an hour. That is a new record for an X275 car in the Pacific Northwest. So meaning all of BC plus the western northern states below us. Awesome job. Congratulations to Justin Gallant and team. Nick Duda, the man putting the tune-ups in that thing. Making huge strides with very, very little. So here we go with Chris Brenton and Chris Gould. Battle of the Chris's. Chevy versus Ford. So Brenton out of Vancouver, Washington. In that wicked cool little first-gen Nova. For SMC race cars. Chris Gould behind the wheel of the Mustang for CT Automotive. And this is on. At the finish line, it is Chris Brenton moving on. 466, getting around at 474. Brenton with a small starting line advantage, but just simply